Getting the hard away, Southern T. Back with another EP. Y'all do your boy a favor. Y'all smash that like button for your boy when you roll on in. Whether you're here for a good time or a long time, I greatly appreciate you sliding through. If this your first time, do your boy a solid. Don't make it your last time. Hit that subscription button there as well. We talk this good boxing, MMA, sports, parlays, predictions every single day, and not just today, y'all. The reason that I'm the reason that I'm smiling so hard, shit, I was just watching Adrian Broner, and I see y'all in the chat. What's good? Daniel Berry, shout out my guy Ray Bug, my girl Ty. I was I'm a little late, of course, right? But I was watching Adrian Broner, Dean the Great. I was watching Adrian Broner, Dean the Great, and Rampage stream last night, bro. Well, yesterday, not even last night. I was watching the one yesterday. Right, they did when they went to the gym. Rampage was training AB and Dean, bro. And I just want to say, as an Adrian Broner fan, I don't know if y'all do know, but my favorite fight is, if we going like by timeline, right? Floyd Mayweather, Adrian Broner, Eric Spence Jr., right? If we're going timeline. But I think it's one of the coolest things in the world, bro, that Adrian Broner is back active. Now he's still drinking and shit, right? But he ain't drinking it, acting a damn fool. And then also what I'm realizing that even with Adrian Broner's drinking, right? AB like AB like to drink, you know what I'm saying, like just to get drunk. Like he's not even. It's kind of painted. The picture is kind of painted as like he a violent guy, but he's not even really a violent drunk, bro. He just like to drink. The nigga kind of stupid, right? But he's not a violent drunk. Outside of that one time, right, where he punched dude, but I don't think he punched that dude that time because he was drunk. He might have been drunk when he punched him, right? But I think, he punched him because, it had something to do with his girlfriend. The dude touched his girl or something like that, and he ended up punching the dude that one time he went to jail on the strip. I think that was the Vegas strip. You know what I mean? But when you really think about it, he don't have a lot of drunk incidents where, like, where he end up in trouble. But I do like seeing him, you know what I mean, in his element, right? Just being himself. That's why I was laughing so hard when I came on. I literally just finished watching. The reason that I'm late a little bit is because I was watching that goddamn stream. The reason that I'm late a little bit, right, is because I was watching they goddamn stream from. Let me take this. Let me take this off. It's cold outside, y'all. I have stepped outside. That's why I had on two shirts. I had on a jacket, hoodie combination. It's cold in the South right now. I don't know. It's cold in Memphis right now, though, y'all. It's cold. I don't know why it's so cold. I don't know why it's so cold in Memphis right now, though. But it's so cold in Memphis right now, though. Like, but I digress, man. But I digress. Appreciate y'all folks sliding through. Y'all hit that thumbs up for your boy. Not gonna be here too long, right? Just want to highlight y'all about some stuff, some things that I seen. Today is devoted to the books, y'all. I'm devoting today to the books. We hit our parlay yesterday, right? We hit our parlay yesterday, our Discord parlay for the people that's in the Discord. We hit yesterday, we hit our best from both games. We gonna continue to keep it rolling today, right? But I want to highlight y'all about a couple things this morning, right? We're gonna talk a little Jerome Busanis. We gonna talk a little fights this weekend, right? And then I'm gonna put a heavyweight prospect in y'all ear, put a heavyweight prospect, you know what I mean, on y'all mind. Right, y'all hold on for a second. But yeah, y'all hit that thumbs up. We gonna start with Jerome Boost Ennis too, by the way. Y'all right? 7 people in the building. Let me get all 7 of y'all hit that thumbs up. We gonna start with Jerome Boost Ennis. Right. It's kind of cold in here, man. And I got the heat on. I got the heat on in this steel corner, but we're gonna start with the Jerome Boost Ennis content. Right. We'll start with the Jerome Boost Ennis content, right? All right, so Jerome Boost Ennis, I think, is in a very, very, very interesting situation coming up in his fight, right? I call this between a rock and a hard place. I'm gonna tell you why, because the game ain't fair, right? Life ain't fair. I had an old coach that used to say, life ain't fair, and then you die. Right? So life ain't fair, and then you die. Shout out my guy Boxing Wiz. Appreciate you sliding through this jump Boxing Wiz. Boxing Wiz, if you could, jab that thumbs up for your boy, man. Y'all hit that thumbs up for your boy, man. Appreciate you sliding through this thing, Boxing Wiz. If you could, hit that thumbs up for your boy, right? But I feel like Jerome Boost Ennis is between. He's already got chat. Well, appreciate you. I feel like Jerome Boost Ennis is between a rock and a hard place, right? When it comes to this Xander Zayas fight, my guy Boxing Wiz came in there and said he feel like that Jerome got him, and I think at this point, y'all ain't really no secret, right? Y'all pretty much know I'm gonna pick Jerome, right? So I'm still gonna do the video and whatnot, but y'all pretty much know I'm gonna pick Jerome, right? But I feel like Boots. I feel like Jerome Boost Ennis. I feel like Jerome Boost Ennis is between the right. It's crazy. Like as soon as I went live, like my phone started. Uh, every time never fails. Hold on, y'all. For a split second. You know what, man? I'm finna finish this. I'm finna finish. I ain't finna get sidetracked. But I digress. I digress. Jerome Boost Ennis is in between. Like I feel like Jerome Boost Ennis is between the rock. I just got dog. If y'all could have saw that message, I just got boy. Come on, let me switch leads. If y'all could have saw that message, I just got boy. Man, I almost got sidetracked. But yeah, I digress. He said Kelvin Davis odds getting closer and closer every day now. Minus 250. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm gonna probably stay away from Kelvin. I don't really know who he fight, but I might just stay away from Kelvin. Anyway, especially on the card with Albright. I got PTSD from that boxing with. But anyway, I digress. Did he fight Pete Dobson? Oh yeah, I'm most definitely ain't messing with that. I'm most definitely ain't messing with that, dog. Most definitely not messing with that. Y'all can see my phone, boy. But I digress, right? So I feel like with Jerome Boots in this, right, he kind of in the loose. Hold on, real quick. How the hell I get ashes on my hat? How the hell I get ashes on my hat? Well, I know how I get ashes on my hat. All right, gotta get them ashes off my shit, y'all. But I digress. Jerome Boots Ennis is in an interesting situation, y'all. So let me see what you mean, right? This is just me personally, coming from my personal opinions, my personal thoughts, or just me personally how I feel, right? Uh, Zan Desires, right? To me, in my mind, Zan Desires is a very formidable opponent. Zan Desires is very deserving to be champion. He's deserving of everything that he has received, right? But boxing fans, boxing media, right? You know how they like to manipulate what's going on. They like to manipulate kind of, the narratives and whatnot. Fans do this, right? Media do this, right? So I kind of feel like Jerome Boots Ennis is in a lose-lose situation when it comes to his upcoming fight. So then see what you mean. Okay. So again, like I stated, I feel that Xander Zayas is highly formidable. Shout out everybody that's watching right now. Y'all hit the thumbs up for your boy. If you support your boy, if you don't support your boy, I don't know why you would be here anyway, right? But if you support your boy, man, hit that thumbs up for your boy. Let YouTube know that we're live. Get us going in that algorithm, right? But right, and the people that didn't support your boy, they left, and I appreciate that because that's really what I want. That's why I bring, because like people are people are like human behavior is real. Like even if I don't know who you are, you being here not fucking with me. If I talk about it, if I say something about it, you're going to feel guilty, which is going to get you out of my presence. And that's why I do that, just to put a little. I got my minor in psychology, so I know if I just put mental pressure, I'm not even around you, but if I put mental pressure on you, you'll excuse yourself because you guilty. A guilty person go excuse themselves, right? So if I be like, you in here, you don't mess with me. I don't know who is in here necessarily. I just see a number. But you know if you mess with me or not. So if I put you on the spot, human nature is for you to get up out of here because you know that I'm talking to you in general. But anyway, I digress. For the people that support me, I appreciate you being here. For the people that don't support me, not really sure why you're here. No way. I know some of y'all here to steal my content and switch it up and act like you don't watch my show. You know what I mean? Take my wrenches and shit like that. You two niggas be weird, bro. You two niggas be weird, bro. You know what I mean? Some people literally come to your show every day, but don't say nothing just so they could say, I don't watch bruh show, but you know you do. You don't say that. I know who watch my show just kind of about like what I talk about based on what you talk about. Whether you wait 2-3 days later, that's where that degree in psychology come in it. Whether it's 2-3 days later, whether you try to flip the person or flip the narrative, I kind of know who watched my show. You know what I mean? Based on what they do on their shit. You know? Welcome down, Vanhouter. What's good? Shout out my guy, welcome down, Vanhouter. Y'all remember I had dropped a video yesterday about the Money Vanhouter, which we gonna talk about a little bit on here too. You know, we're gonna talk about him a little bit on her too, right? But that's his pops right there, man. Walk him down. That's the pops right there. That's the money pops. Maserati. Maserati. I think he got one of the coolest nickname too. Maserati. I like bro nickname. Maserati. That's the pops right there, man. That's the money Vanhouter. Damazion. I call him the money. Damazion Vanhouter. Ozzy. That's his pops right there, man. Appreciate you sliding through this, John. Pop. We finna cook a little bit. We finna cook a little bit. I just wanted to put the Damazion name in there so people could see it a little bit, so they could, do their homework, do their research, man. But I do think we got us one, so I for sure want to talk about it, at some point on this stream. Shout out my guy Champ Ross. Champ Ross, I appreciate you sliding through this thing, Champ Ross. This is the Wake and Bake, y'all. So y'all know what we do over here on the Wake and Bake. We talk a little boxing. We we talk a little, we talk a little boxing. We talk about, past boxing, future boxing events. If y'all got any questions, you know what I mean, feel free to ask, right? But I'm just giving y'all my thoughts and opinions on what I feel, how I feel, about certain stuff that's going on in boxing. And right now, we having us a Jerome Boots in this conversation, all right? You know what I mean? Right now, we have a couple conversations in here, but right now we started with the boots. We started with the boots, and I'm not against anybody. Matter of fact, let me drop this in here just in case. For sure, man. Yeah, we about to make it do what it do. But yeah, with Boots, man, I feel like he's kind of in a lose-lose situation, right, when it comes to fans and media, right? I feel like Jerome is kind of in a lose-lose situation when it comes to fans, right? Hey, and Vanhouter, I don't know if y'all, want any help or need some help though. But I do got heavyweight, sparring partners. I got guys, if y'all ever need like some work, y'all in Florida though, right? So I know y'all ain't never lacking for no work. But the fighter that I'm actually talking about is in Florida as well. Hopefully he come through here at some point, right? But I do got a fighter in Florida. He got another job and stuff now, but he a fighter too. I do got a fighter in Florida, right? If y'all ever, what I mean, need some work, or if y'all ever just, got a little, open room or open slot for somebody to come in and get some work, come to the gym, see how, stuff go down. I do got a heavyweight in Florida. You know what I mean? He 6'5". Right now he about 200 and like 30 pounds. You know what I'm saying? 230, 240 pounds. You know what I mean? Something like that. But I digress. I digress. But yeah, man, I feel like Boots is kind of in a lose situation, like when it comes to media and when it comes like to the fans, right? Because again, I think Xander Zaya is a damn good opponent, but media, right? They're good at media, YouTubers, fans, right? Some fans, right? They're good at kind of spending, a narrative, and it may not necessarily even be a wrong narrative, but they're just really good at spinning the narrative. You could spin a story and almost make it say whatever you want to see it, right? Good journalists, right? Good content creators, they do that, but they stick within the truth. A lot of these people straight up lie. He's a hell yeah, he's a hell yeah. I'll let you know what part of Florida he from. And I'm rocking with Xander. Him and Mozzie came up together since 8. So I got to rock with Xander. Shout out my guy, walk him down, Vanhouter, man. Appreciate you sliding through this thing, man. He from I think he in Pensacola. He in Pensacola. He in Pensacola. Uh uh walk him down. Vanhouter. He in Pensacola, Florida. Yep. I'm not really sure what part y'all at, and that's cool. I ain't know Mozzie and Xander. I ain't know Mozzie and Xander knew each other. Okay, he up there. Sounds good. I keep you posted for sure. I'm gonna let him know. Man. I'm gonna let him know. He 26 to win St. Petersburg. Okay. Okay, bet. For sure. For sure, for sure. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, man. We go. I'm gonna hit you up on the. I'm gonna hit you up in the. Cause I gotta get y'all. I gotta get either give you my number or get your number or something like that. Uh, I can give you my number right here though, but I gotta get y'all like contact or like you got an Instagram or like something like that or Twitter, some shit like that. Where I could hit you up. But yeah, man. But I feel like Boots has to win this, right? I feel like he has to win this, given the fact that Xander is a good fighter, right? But people could spin the narrative, right? You could spin the narrative and be like, well, Xander Zayas was young. If Xander is to lose, right? You could spin the narrative like, well, Xander Zayas was young, right? He hadn't really fought the best fighters up until then. Boots, got him. Boots got him early, right? You could say, well, Boots got him early, right? And if Boots loses this fight, oh man, if Jerome Boots Ennis loses this fight, oh man, I'm telling you, it's going to be a field day on YouTube, right? David Morrell just had a fight, right? He lost the fight where he was the favorite, right? He got upset. He lost the fight where he was the favorite. And YouTube had a look for one day though. It lasted about one day. If Boots loses this fight to Xander, he said Boots definitely needs to win, though. That's no question. But he in there with a problem. And copy that. My IG is only_hands podcast. Okay, I got you. Shout out my guy, walking down Vanhouter, man. That's my bad. That's Mozzie Vanhouter father right there too, y'all. The guy we gonna talk about a little bit, a little bit later. Mozzie Vanhouter. That's his pops right there. If I'm not mistaken, you was trainer too, right? You was trainer. If I'm mistaken, I could be mistaken, but are you his trainer or like you help with the training? But I could be mistaken, but I think this is he pops trainer too. But yeah, he said Philly will be in shambles. Not only Philly, bro. Like YouTube is not used to training before. Okay, okay. Shout out, pops. Okay, bet. Yeah, okay. I knew it was something like that. I did a little research. I did a little research though. Yeah. Appreciate you sliding through this time. Appreciate you sliding through this time. But I need where was I at? Okay, yeah, boom. If he is to lose this fight to Xander Zayas, imagine like the recoil that he gonna get, the pushback that he gonna get. It's gonna be Boots was never good. I told y'all he was a hype job because now people, they destroy his opponents, right? Right, they destroy his opponents, right? Like even they don't give him credit. They don't give him credit for standing on this. Right. Pretty much they destroy, right? So imagine if he loses to Xander Zayas, right? If he loses to Xander Zayas, for them, for the people who already want to, kill him or destroy him or may want him to fail or whatever, right? Or who got their own feelings about him. So I'm really not really sure. Well, I guess like people will say I don't like Boots because he hadn't done nothing. He get a lot of credit, right? But then the same people would tell you that, Gervonta Tank Davis is the best fighter. You know what I mean? In a sense. But anyway, I digress. But I get it though, right? He hasn't done a whole lot, all things considering. But all of that could change with, a win over Xander Zayas. But what I'm saying, either way, he has to win and he has to win convincingly, right? Because I feel like either way, people go spend it on Boots. Because if he beats Xander, they go say, well, Xander was young, or Xander wasn't that good, or Xander ain't nobody either. Who has Xander beat, right? Who has Xander beat is probably what's going to happen, right? And then we'll get into the part is if he lose, that very well could be. And I don't like killing people after one loss or, completely, doing away with people after one loss. I think that's one of the problems with Adrian Broner, right? You start to lose a little bit, and then people, start to turn their back on it, right? So I'm not one of the people who turn their backs on the guys after a person after a loss. But if Boots is to take a loss, man, to Xander, I think the boxing world most definitely would turn their back on Jerome Boots Ennis. You know what I mean? I got a joke. It's not even a joke. It's not even jokes. I really mean it. I say Jerome Boots Ennis is basically his big Adrian Broner, right? I say it in a joking way, but the way they dress, they both got beards. In the boxing sense, they can take a punch, right? And they got actual beards, right? They dress the same, real fan blowing with it. Boots, wear the chains. Adrian Broner used to wear the chains. Adrian Broner is a little more on edge than Boots, but Boots has an edge to him, you know what I mean, as well. Right. I say he beat Adrian Broner, man. I think if Jerome Boots Ennis was to lose, they would turn on him even faster than they turned on Adrian Broner, right? I feel like they would turn on him even faster than they turned on Adrian Broner, right? Because Boots hasn't yet reached that stage of I would say a superstar in boxing. He's a star, right? That superstar room is kind of reserved for a select few, right? I mean, Floyd Mayweather, Oscar, Mike Tyson, right? He hadn't quite reached that level of superstar yet, right? But I do think he's a star in the sport right now, all things considered, right? But he needs that. He needs that. And by star, I don't mean necessarily he's headlining main event fights like that. I mean like boxing media, the people inside the boxing world, right? Cover him heavily. He's covered heavily by just about everybody within the sport of boxing. That's why I mean he's a star within boxing. He's not a superstar, right? But he's a star within boxing. His name, like when you say Jerome Boots Ennis, everybody who calls themselves a fan of boxing knows who Jerome Boots Ennis is. At least they should, right? Now Devin Haney and those guys, Devin Haney and Tank, right? They're pushing. They're trying to push themselves into that superstar level, right? They're trying to push themselves right into that, you know what I mean, superstar level. They not quite there just yet. Now they're bigger stars than Boots within the sport of boxing, right? Like Haney and Tank, right? They're bigger stars than Boots within the sport of boxing right now, right? Well, Boots has an opportunity to be a superstar, right? He just has to win, right? He has to win. Boost is the kind of fighter, right? He can't afford to take that L. And you're talking to a guy who believes Boots probably beats everybody, right? Talking to a guy who probably believes Boots beats everybody. You know what I mean? But I know I'm talking about media wise, outside world, pundits. If that dude lose, man, they gonna kill him. And especially if he lose to Xander, they going to destroy him because there's so many ways that you could pick. I think if he wins, either way they're gonna try to destroy him because I already hear people saying that Xander ain't this, Xander ain't that, Xander ain't what Xander is the unified champion at 154. That's one thing he is, and that's one thing that you can't take from him. You know what I mean? And he fought those champions and he beat those champions. You know what I mean? And Xander is extremely young, right? Xander's extremely young, so he got a long career ahead of him. He has more of a career, he has a longer career, right, compared to Boots, because he's an older fighter, which is what I mean when I say Boots has to win. You're talking to a guy who's a fan of Boots, so I'm saying this from a fandom standpoint, man. Jerome Boots Ennis has to win this fight, or people go destroy him. People go, and then I'm not going to destroy him after a loss because on fight night a lot of shit goes into, you know, a win and a loss. Mentally, physically, the training camp, your girlfriend, your trainer, which will be his dad, right? A lot of stuff goes into winning and losing, right? So I don't destroy people. Right, walk them down. Turned on AB quick. Turned on AB quick. You know what I mean? But yeah, Boots didn't have Floyd. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You mean to push him into that superstar, right? Even Adrian Broner, right, was a superstar in boxing. He is a superstar. You know what I mean? is a superstar, right? Everybody know who Adrian Broner is. You know what I mean? He's a superstar, right? It's not a lot of people. And just me saying superstar, I'm not saying you're the best boxer in the world. I'm talking about your popularity, notoriety, right? Superstar. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Boots is a star within boxing, but it's only a select few that has cracked that superstar level, right? Sugar Ray Leonard type deal. Tyson, Floyd, you know, got Oscar De La Hoya, you know, guys like that type deal. So everybody is trying to get to that superstar level, but just talking from within the sport of boxing, right? That's what I meant, just to clarify that. But as a guy who's a fan of Boots, man, they go destroy Boots if he loses Xander. And Xander's a hell of a fighter, but ain't nobody gonna be trying to hear that, right? You know what I mean? Because first thing they gonna do, I know, and I'm saying this with concern, you know what I mean? Because I know how people are. Boots literally like has to win this fight against Xander. And I think he understands that. I think they understand it. Right? You know what I mean? Because the media go kill him. The content creators go kill him. YouTube go kill him. You know what I mean? They go kill him. Xander, not so much. Because he's younger and he don't really garner, he don't really generate the kind of attention, right? Or he don't really generate the kind of hate that Jerome Boots Ennis does. Right? It's not necessarily a bad thing, you know, people disliking you, right? It's kind of like wrestling a little bit, right? The best wrestlers are the wrestlers who could either get cheers, but also the best wrestlers are the wrestlers who can get what? Boos. You got heels and you got babyface. Basically, what they're saying is you got good guys and you got villains. And it's not just like in wrestling, it's not necessarily up to you what you have to be or what you're viewed as. You may want to be a babyface, but the crowd may not like you. So now you got to be a heel, a villain, right? You may want to be a villain, but because of your swagger, your attitude, the way you say stuff, not even necessarily what you're saying, right? The way you say stuff, people like you and they cheer for you, and you're a heel. So now you got to be a babyface, right? You know what I mean? So being able to, so you would rather Xander has a loyal fan base if he loses, no problems. Yep, Vanhouter, black fighters don't have the same type of loyal fan base. So yeah, they definitely, you get what I'm saying? That's OG, Pop, that's what I'm saying, dog. That's exactly what I'm saying, Walker down. That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. Let me put this up there. You know what I mean? And that's basically what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the standard of the media, the way you said, I said Boots, the way Boots is critiqued. But yeah, that's what it is, man. He's a black fighter. So y'all know. And then you know what the crazy part is, man. If like back then, like when I was coming up, I'm 34, right? I'm around the same age as Adrian Broner, right? Errol Spence. I'm a little younger than them, but I'm around that same age. I got some experiences with them too, by the way. You know what I mean? But anyway, I digress. Right. So, you know, even even back then, right, it was mostly the other guys that was destroying our fighters, right? It was the other guys. It was them, right? It wasn't us. You look around the media now, you look around YouTube, like content creators and stuff, it's people who look like Boots, or it's people who look like Errol Spence, or it's people who look like Bud Crawford, right? It's people who look just like them are the ones that's tearing our fighters down right now. Devin Haney, Tank, right? However you want to look at it, right? It's mostly people who look like them that's tearing them down at this point, right? You know what I mean? Mainstream media, mainstream media has a lot of help, you know what I mean, with the way that the narrative is spent on now, you know, black fighters these days. And I was speaking like strictly from Jerome Boots in his standpoint, but Jerome Boots in his ears held to that standard because he's a black fighter. But now what I'm saying is it's mostly black people that be tearing down our black fighters, right? But anyway, I digress. But that's exactly what's going to happen. And I mean, from mainstream to YouTube to blogs, whatever, like he can't afford a loss. Jabrón Buzinis can't afford a loss, right? Because I don't think he's going to get the same benefit of the doubt as, let's just say Xander. And I'm not even shitting on Xander when I say this, because I like Xander too. If you know, you know. You know what I mean? I like Xander too. Got a lot of respect for Xander. Y'all ain't never heard me say nothing bad about Xander. You know what I mean? I think Xander is a hell of a fighter because when Xander first came, right, they was pushing him as this knockout puncher. At some point, Xander realized that, okay, I'm not a massive knockout puncher. And he went to his boxing bag. He worked on his boxing skills, sharpened his boxing skills up. And Xander Zayas is one hell of a boxer. You know what I mean? So I seen him evolve his game. He has power, but he could box his ass off as well. His boxing is actually his strength now. You get what I mean? So I respect, the improvement of Xander Zayas. So I get that this is a 50-50 fight for Boots. And basically what I'm putting light on is how basically unfair it is for Boots. But the reality of it is, unfair or not, right? The reality of it is Jerome Boots Ennis must win this fight. He must win this fight. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's a valiant fighter. Yeah, Xander. Yep. He's a valiant puncher. Xander Zayas, he kind of like fundamentally sound Navarrete. You know what I'm saying? Xander. He like fundamentally sound Navarrete. You know what I mean? That's how I view him. That's how I view Xander, right? But I mess with Xander. I think it's gonna be a good fight too because he's a lot bigger than Boots. Now I don't know if he's a lot bigger than Boots because maybe he was coming down in weight during the press conference and Boots was already on weight. But he was big, and I'm not sure if he had on boots or whatnot. But he looked noticeably. I say that right. That's the right phrase for it. He looked noticeably bigger than Jerome Boots Ennis, right? So that was interesting. Like I think this fight gonna get real interesting, right? You know what I mean? I think this fight literally could make Xander Zayas. You know what I mean? It could make Xander Zayas. And I think it helps Jerome Boots Ennis, right? If Xander Zayas wins this fight, bro, it kind of stamps him. It solidifies him, right? And on the other hand, like speaking, this is kind of to the same point of based on how they're viewed, right? How they're viewed through the lens that they're viewed from. This would stamp Xander Zayas as pound for pound one of the best fighters, right? Easily. If Jerome Boots Ennis wins this fight, this will be a stepping stone to get him to that. Just based on how the two are viewed. I'm gonna say that again, right? If Xander wins this fight, he's stamped. He's stamped forever. Xander probably getting in the Hall of Fame. He beat Jerome Boots Ennis on everything, right? He probably stamped his Hall of Fame card. He beat Boots. If Boots beat Xander, it's going to be a situation. Okay, Boots, you beat Xander. Now what? Right? Now what you gonna do? Now what's next? You know what I mean? Just based on how both fighters are viewed. Now, me personally, I understand that it's not gonna be shit that people can say to Jerome Boots Ennis really after this Xander Zayas win because everything that you've been saying for the longest, right? Unless you just start completely shitting on Xander Zayas, which some people are gonna do. Trust me. Yeah, walk him down. You know what I'm saying? That's a big dude. That's a big guy, Xander, right? Big dude. But yeah, right. So I know what people, unless you just completely start shitting on Xander Zayas, right? Unless you just be like, well, Xander Zayas wasn't shit to begin with. Unless you just throw him in the he still ain't fought nobody category, right? Xander check all the boxes. He's a unified champ, right? So he come with a strap. He's a certified, legitimate name in the boxing world. He's been that way since the amateur. He's been that way since he hit the scene with Top Rank all those years ago. He's been headlining most of his career. He's considered the best fighter at the 154-pound division right now. Well, you got Fundora, right? So you got Fundora with one strap, you got him with two straps, right? So some people got Fundora, but if you're looking at it technically on paper, record wise, strap wise, right? It will be Xander Zayas, right? But you can argue Fundora. I want to argue Fundora, right? But he's one or two. He's the best, or he's the second best in that division. He's the only ununified champ in that division right now. So there's literally Jerome Boots in is fighting the best possible fighter that he could fight, right? Maybe outside of Fundora, depending on how you feel. And then I could say, well, Fundora got knocked the fuck out. So who's to say he's better than Xander? Xander ain't never been knocked the fuck out like that. I could say Xander Zaya's defense is 10 times better than Sebastian Fundora because his offense is his defense, right? Because he got the tall man shit going, right? But he's been knocked the fuck out before, right? You know what I mean? So it's an argument, right? So Fundora, Zayas, how you feel about it, right? But he's arguably fighting the best guy at 154. You know what I mean? Right now, in Xander Zayas. So he checked all the boxes. You know what I mean? Within boxing, right? Star power wise, man, Boots and Xander maybe wouldn't wet right now. Maybe wouldn't wet. What do you mean? Now he fights the Jolly Green Giant. If he can get past Fundora, then he must go to 160, become undisputed. He still won't. See, I ain't with this. I ain't even compare him to Terrence Crawford. I appreciate you sliding through this, done though. Shit Sharks TV. I mean, Shirt Sharks TV. I appreciate you sliding through this. I ain't saying nothing about Terrence Crawford. You brought Terrence Crawford in this. You know what I mean? You brought Terrence Crawford in this. Yeah, the goal is to become undisputed. Now, if he beats, I didn't even put a scenario out there, right? If he beat Fundora, what I was saying was he's fighting Xander Zayas, who is probably the best fighter at 154, depending on how you feel about Sebastian Fundora. Now, what you talking about is, I guess, him trying to catch Bud. I guess this is the Bud thing, right? The him and Bud beef that's going on. So we could talk about that for a second. Right? We could talk about the him and Bud situation, since I am talking about Jerome Boots and this Shirt Sharks TV. Do me a solid, man. Do me a solid. Hit that subscription button, man. I don't know if you subscribe to the channel, but we appreciate if you could subscribe to the channel. I don't know if it's your first time, but do your boy solid. Don't make it your last time, right? Hit that subscription button for your boy. We'll greatly appreciate that, my guy. But now we can talk about the Bud and Jerome Boots in this thing, right? That's what this is stemming from, right? Let me get to the chat so I can see it. That's what this is stemming from, right? I'm sure that's where this is stemming from, right? Right? Are you with me, my brother? Stay with me, my brother. I want you to stay with me. I want y'all to hit my thumbs up, right? And I want y'all to stay with me. I want y'all to stay with me because I want to talk about what my brother said. Right? I do want to talk about what he said. Cause yeah, I saw the Bud, I see the Bud, I saw the video, right? This started with Bud Crawford basically saying that he would have knocked Jerome Boots Ennis the fuck out, right? So we could talk about that. We could talk about that. And I say this. Honestly, I think Bud is one of the greatest fighters of all time. I think Bud is top 5, right? You know what I mean? Of all time. Yep, I think Bud top 5, right? I don't like how he kind of ignited a fire with that. Being Seeing that the fact that you actually could have fought him, y'all could have fought, you know, one another. And I honestly don't feel like you too far away from the game to where y'all can't fight now, right? So with Bud being who he is, right? I don't like that he putting gas on the fire that I feel like maybe you still can fight him, right? You still can fight him. You know what I mean? You still can fight him. I just like let's go. And I get it, man. It give us something to talk about. It's good content, but fans don't care about that. Like fans really get in their feelings about that. Yeah, he would have knocked his ass the fuck out, blah blah. And now we start a whole fictional conversation, right? That we have no answer to because Bud is retired and he's not going to fight him. You know what I mean? You know, but as far as like I don't know, it's really it's petty to me. Like it's just talk, because it ain't gonna happen, right? It ain't gonna happen. Now, yeah, Boots do need, Boots is still boxing, right? So he gonna continue to, do what he do type deal. But I don't necessarily like it because it ain't gonna happen, right? I almost feel like a tease. You know what I mean? Yeah, I almost feel like a tease from Bud Crawford, in a sense, like, yeah, I would have knocked his ass, I would have knocked him out, right? And who knows what would have happened if they fought, right? But it's like you teasing it, right? You teasing it, and then it's just, and then in my mind, I'm like, shit, my nigga, you ain't been retired that long, right? Y'all might still be able to do something, right? But nah, Bud retired though, so I just don't like the fact that Bud retired and he kind of like, put a little gas on, and I kind of never, I wasn't one of those guys who ever thought that fight was gonna happen, no way, right? I knew Bud or EJ probably wasn't going to fight him. Now EJ may end up fighting him now, all things considering. You know what I mean? Because I think if EJ beat Tim Zoo, then EJ probably go fight Sebastian Fundora. And if he beat Sebastian Fundora, then he probably go fight Zen. I mean, Boots. But you know, you know, that's my thoughts on the Terrence Crawford thing, man. Uh I don't like the whole situation because it's like it's fantasy at this point, right? If Bud Crawford is retired, right, it's fantasy at this point. And then the piece of me feel like, well, damn, you just retired, Bud. So shit, why not fight him? Right? I need to put this on the charger. Didn't put my phone on the charger off, so I'm gonna take the camera down, but I'm still talking shit with y'all. But yeah, so y'all just I don't like it because I feel like it's like kind of a fantasy, like it's kind of a fantasy fight. You know what I mean? Because we can't get it. I don't like the conversations that it bring because now we talking about, oh well, he would have beat Boots. You see, Boots got hit by Karen. Bud would have hit him if Boots can hit him. Then you gonna have Boots fans saying, well, he got hit by Mean Machine. And Mean Machine could hit him like that, make him grab a leg. Then I know Jerome Boots Ennis can hurt him, right? And it start a lot of what if conversation, right? Say, bro, you just called me shit shark TV. Now I said shirt shark, bro. I fixed it, bro. He said, nah, bro, I never said you said the comedy is a measure of stick when it comes to the best fighter of all time. Yeah, I ain't really. Yeah, I fixed it, bro. I fixed it, bro. I fixed it, bro. I called you Shirt Shark, bro. Shirt Sharks TV, bro. I fixed it. Yeah. I fixed it, bro. I fixed it. Nah, I ain't called you shit sharks, bro. Don't be telling people that, bro. I thought we was past that, my brother. And why you bringing up old stuff, my brother? I thought we was past it. But yeah, but yeah, Bud Crawford most definitely is the best fighter of this generation, man. You ain't got, I get it, my brother, I get it, I get it, my brother. But yeah, like just just, and what I'm saying is right. What I'm saying is right. Bud ain't been that long retired, man. He possibly right. He still could be able to fight Boots if you feel like you would knock him out, or maybe he's saying I would have knocked him out. Maybe he's saying in the past tense, right? Maybe he's saying in the past tense, but he ain't that long been retired, right? If I'm Bud Crawford, But now if he really done, he done. Right. But I just don't like the I don't like the fantasy part of it, right? Because it's kind of like you teasing us, bro. Like you just retired, right? Boosting the game right now. Like it's kind of like y'all remember what Floyd Mayweather kind of used to do, after he retired, right? He will always, well, he ain't sell this many, well, he ain't sell 100 mil, well, he ain't make 100 mil, right? You know what I mean? But Bud not saying he ain't make 100 mil because Bud ain't, all about the bread and all that stuff, right? He not, conceited with the money like Floyd. Bud saying I would have knocked his ass out, right? I would have knocked his ass out. You know what I'm saying? Same kind of connotation, like, kind of just like, are you retired, bro, or are you teasing us, right? It's a bit of a teaser because they say he beat Xander Zayas, right? When Bud fought Canelo, has it been a year? It's probably been a year now, right? Probably been like 2 years, huh? Time go by fast. Time be moving. But yeah, it's almost like a little teaser though. You know what I mean? But yeah, Bud the best fighter of this generation for sure. I knew Bud was the best fighter of this generation after he beat Errol Spence. What he did to Canelo was just confirmation for the world, right? Real diehards knew he was the best fighter of this generation after he beat Errol. The fight with Canelo was just confirmation. Terence Crawford would be 39. Fighting now, that means finished. Would be 39 years old in September. What do you mean? They can still fight now. That means finished. If he's saying, I'm saying, like, if he's saying that I would have knocked him out, it's fighters that fight when they're 39, though. You know what I mean? Right. His last fight, he was 38, wasn't it? Shit, Wilder fought him, right? He just retired, though. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't too far removed from the game. You saying he 39, right? I'm saying his last fight was before Errol Spence's last fight. Now, Errol 36, right? But Bud ain't too long been retired. I'm saying he could be retired. But if you saying you would have knocked this dude out, I would have rather you just not said that. You know what I mean? Because it's like a teaser. Because shit, y'all could have fought him. And I'm one of the dudes that was saying, nah, Bud don't gotta fight Jerome Bruce Ennis because he not really in a he wasn't really in there like that generation of fighter. Now, if they continue to stay at 147 or they continue to stay at 154, Bud is retired. Errol Spence and Jerome Bruce Ennis very well could happen one day because Errol hasn't retired, right? Or maybe Errol is about to retire. I remember, Errol made a couple jokes about retiring at the press conference and shit, right? You know what I mean? That fight would have made sense 10 years ago. Now, it wouldn't have made no sense 10 years ago because Boots would have been 19. How old are you? How old are you, bro? That fight would have made it 10 years ago, bro. How old are you? How old you think Boots? How old do you think Jerome Boots Ennis is? Shirt Sharks. It would have made it would have made sense 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? It would have made sense 2 years ago, Shark. More than 10. It's closer to making sense 2 years ago, more than 10. How old you think Jerome Boots Ennis is, bro? I got two questions, man. How old are you and how old you think Jerome Boots Ennis is? Those are my two questions for you, G. Those my, those my two questions for you, G. Nah, that made no sense what you just said, my brother. That made no sense, my brother. That made no sense, bro. You know what I mean? More close to 2 years ago than 10. You know what I mean? Bud only retired. Bud retired less than 2 years ago. He retired after the Canelo win. And again, this is under the basis that Bud saying he would have knocked him the fuck out. Right? Because that's really what stirred all this back up. Right? It's basically what stirred all this back up, right? Bud saying that, he gonna knock him the fuck out. Pretty much, right? That's what stirred all this up. What's good, Jazz? Appreciate you sliding through this time. Appreciate you sliding through this time. Appreciate you sliding through this time. But yeah, this all this all came from Bud Crawford saying that he gonna knock him the fuck out, right? So I just wish he wouldn't have said that. Because now we got you coming in here, right? It got you coming in here, hopping straight on the Bud conversation, right? Now we talking about Bud Crawford. You know what I mean? We were talking about Boots and Zan. You see how you see how it got people, you know what I mean? It got us talking about fantasy fights. That's exactly what I was saying. Appreciate you sliding through, appreciate you sliding through. So you got us talking about fantasy fights. You get what I mean? That's why I would have rather him just not say it, right? I would have rather him not even just not say it, or whoever did it on live. Maybe he said it on live. Yeah, Bud retired, Vanhouter. Yep, Bud retired. Yep, Bud retired. Yep. But it's social media though, but Bud knew that jump would go viral though. Like Bud knew that jump would get clipped. He said Bud is bored, right? He knew that jump would get clipped though. You know what I mean? He knew people would like that. He knew people would feed into that. You know what I mean? He knew people would like that. He knew people would get a kick out of that. DS, what's good, DS? What's good, DS? Appreciate you sliding through, man. Appreciate you sliding through. But yeah, man, we've been look. We done almost been on her hour. I talked about the boost thing. I ain't talked about nothing else. Let's get into the Jay Prince. Let's get into the Jay Prince. Right? Did y'all check out Jay Prince interview? Did y'all happen to hear what Jay Prince had to say about Shakur Stevenson and the potential Devin Haney fight? He was talking directly to Bill Haney. He was talking directly to Bill Haney, right? So this ain't, no he say, she say, this ain't no word in the mouth. This came directly from the goat's mouth, right? By goats, I mean Jay Prince, right? And Bill Haney, right? Because the shit that Bill Haney did most definitely is a goat like, right? But let's play the audio, right? We gonna play the audio from the interview. This is Bill Haney and Jay Prince, right? We go walk. I'm gonna walk us through. Like we go walk through this. This video is 4 minutes long, right? I'm gonna let it play, right? So we talking about Devin Haney and Jay Prince right now. Matter of fact, let me drop this in the chat so everybody can know where we at with it right now. Let me drop this in the chat so everybody can know what we on right now, what we listening to. So now I ain't gonna lie. Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, I was one of the people who like, nah, that shit ain't gonna happen. But now that both of them are probably about to sign to Zuffa, right? Now that both of them are probably about to sign to Zuffa, right? I was like, oh shit, we actually may end up getting that Shakur Stevenson versus you know what I mean, Devin Haney fight, right? So of course that sparked conversations seeing both of them go over there to Zuffa, or both of them entertaining a possible, home at Zuffa. I think both deals are as good as done. If you're just asking me, right? I think both deals are as good as done. Right? It's just a matter of the announcement. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of announcement. But let's see what Jay Prince, Shakur Stevenson's manager, and Bill Haney, Devin Haney's manager, had to say exactly, right? Money that's on the table if they're ready. And we're ready, you know what I mean, willing and able to defend our 147-pound welterweight title against anybody at any given time. They on Gilly and Wallow, by the way, right? That was Bill Haney talking about them defending by Devin Haney defending his title against Shakur Stevenson.
Read that, Jay. Oh yeah, see.
And Jay Prince is on the phone. Jay Prince is about to say what he got to say.
But that's the thing, though. That's the thing, Shakur is 135 pounds. Oh shit, you know what I mean?
Jay Prince just said Shakur is 135 pounder.
And the way that fight could be made, you got 147, you got 135. Now what we're willing to do, what is that?
I think they saying Shakur. Is he saying Shakur is going to Zuffa as a 135 pounder? Right? That's what Jay Prince is saying. So Shakur probably is going to Zuffa because Zuffa don't have 140 pounds. It's 135 and 147. So he's saying that Shakur is going to 135. I think that's what he's alluding to. He pretty much just confirmed that Shakur going to Zuffa. He said he's a 135 pounder. Shakur just fought at 140. He probably going back down to 35. Him going back 35 will qualify him for one of those Zuffa divisions.
11 pound difference. 12. It's 12.
Mm-hmm.
So what Shakur do is he'll take 8 of them pounds and go up to 44. We wouldn't even actually meet us halfway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Take 8.
Yeah. I would never negotiate against, you know what I mean, myself, nor would I negotiate against Devin without him present. But one thing that I can say is that Devin is the baddest motor scooter at 147 motherfucking pounds. And he's the welterweight champion of the world, the king of the welterweight division, the money division, the glamour division, something that, not only has my guy, my big homie, right, that taught me that it's time to get the money. And whoever wants to mix it up at 147 pounds for that, you know what I mean, then that's what we're going to go with. And
so if it's at a catch weight, if it's at a catch weight 144, then it wouldn't be for the belt.
No, nor to me would it represent what a truly potential five division champ, and Shakur would make him Devin the youngest undisputed champion, 3 division title holder. You know what I mean, and somebody that's you know what I mean, hard to deal with. So I think that it's a great fight at 147 pounds when they're ready to go. At 147 pounds if that's what they want to do. But we're not going down no more pounds.
Okay. So there y'all have it. They're not going down. We're not going up.
Yes, sir. But yeah.
But see, here's the thing.
Jay Prince said, "There y'all have it. They not going down. We not going up." Right? Bill said they wouldn't want to go. He said they both would be in Zuffa. Zuffa will have catchweight fights until fighters get acclimated to their division. Yeah, I know El Berlanga said that he was going to go to 168 for sure. Yeah, they do have catch weights. Zuffa for sure have catch weights. People don't and shout out Welcome Down Vanhouter. Welcome Down Vanhouter's son fight for Zuffa right now, y'all. Damazion Vanhouter, his son fight for Zuffa right now, right? So he know, and I have seen Zuffa run catch weights before my damn self, right? So I do know that they have yep, they had a Zuffa they have catch weights at Zuffa. Yep. True that. Yep. True that, walking down. All right, so Bill said they want to do it at 47. Right. Jay Prince said they will do it, but they will have to do it at 144. Right. And then Jay Prince out his mouth said, they not going down and we not going up. So right, I'm gonna let the rest of the interview finish. It's a minute left.
Like always.
So you're telling me I can straighten my teeth in as little?
Hold on, I gotta add.
I've been sitting back rooting for Bill and Devin from,
yes, sir.
The beginning. You know what I mean? Because he know
yes, sir.
We go back. So
yes, sir.
I know that they're gonna come. I know that time gonna come, but I never really wanted to rush it because I wanted to see them do as well as they doing.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? This is something I always wanted, and I know when that fight happens, you know what I mean, at the right time, it's gonna be beneficial for us all. So
Yes, sir.
we ain't in no rush, like y'all ain't in no rush, and you know, if
Yes, sir.
it happen at that 44 or whatever, then we gotta get bigger. We gotta get strong.
You my brother, man. You don't listen. Everything else, you know what I mean. You've already said more than enough. You know what I mean. What's over understood don't need no more understanding. You know. I hear you.
No, that's all good.
All right.
Still in the future, though. You know how we do it, and kick ass at 47.
Absolutely.
That's what's up.
Kicking ass, keep getting it, and you know when the day and time come, we.
Yeah, I think they'll do overall the top name will fight whatever way they want. Agreed upon.
Always do. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Been doing for us. Shout out to us all. Okay. OG.
Yeah, man. So that's pretty much, not even pretty much. That's the conversation with Jay Prince and Devin Haney directly, right? So basically, what I got from there was y'all that they not gonna fight no time soon. Like that's not a fight that we should probably be, you know what I mean, looking out for, at least at this point, right? At least not at this point. Basically, what it sounds like. Not neither fighter really wants to leave out of their specific weight class, right? Is what it sounds like, right? And that's basically what I've been saying from the beginning. My sentiment from the beginning. It's like about once a year, man. We get this. About once a year, we get this Devin Haney-Shakur shit, right? I could listen to just the way that Shakur speaks and tell you that this fight won't happen because Shakur vehemently has said many times, bro, I'm not going up to 47 no time soon. And then he mentioned the thing about Conor Ben, that kind of got people, you know what I mean, going. But Shakur does say a lot of stuff that contradicts, you know what I mean, himself, right? So as of late, right, I could just listen to his tone. He hasn't been like you could tell like nah, he not trying to go near 47. Right. And I don't feel like that he's necessarily I don't feel like he's afraid, you know what I mean, or of Devin Haney or no shit like that. I don't feel like he's scared of Devin Haney or no shit like that. Not implying that at all. But I do think that he understands that he's going to have to be his very best self to beat Devin Haney, right? And I think Devin Haney understands that as well, which is why neither fighter is really trying to give up their advantages, right? That's what's going on right now. That's what I'm hearing, right? Neither fighter really trying to give up their advantages, right? So the common ground is, when we decide to go up to 47, then we'll see you then. And that's pretty much it, right? I think I think Dev could fight between 47 and 54, right? I do think Dev maybe will test out the waters at 54 at some point, right? But I think Dev could fight 47 or 54. I would rather Devin not go to 154. I think Devin's perfect division will be 47, right? I think that's where Devin should max out at, right? But he's already had little small conversations, right? Small inklings about him maybe moving up, right? I would rather Devin stay at 47, but I think Devin Haney is going to be at 47 for a minute. At least I will hope so. All right. I think everybody eventually is going to have to come and see Devin Haney at 47, right? Given the fact that he's already up there, right? I think everybody's probably going to have to come see him at 47. Like all the smaller guys eventually will end up at 47. I think Devin probably could fight at 47, you know what I mean, for probably the rest of his career, right? But I do see him maybe fighting at 54 at some point, right? But eventually, Shakur will go up to 147, like you said, right, to get them 5 divisions. That'll be something special for Shakur Stevenson, man, to get a five division, become 5 division champ. So I do think he'll end up at 147 eventually. I just know, like I was saying earlier, about like with the Jerome Boost Ennis and the Bud Crawford thing, right? I just don't like talking about fantasy fights, right? Fights that I don't feel like, I know ain't gonna happen. There was always one of them, which is why I never got too deep in it, right? So I'm glad that this conversation happened and this came out so we can kind of put that fantasy fight to bed, at least for right now. And I know people still go, talk about it how they want to talk about it, spend it how they want to spend it and whatnot, right? Well, this person duck, that person duck. Well, if you go say Devin Haney duck because he don't want to fight at a catch weight, you gotta say Shakur Stevenson does because he don't want to fight at 147, right? So when they get to stuff like that, they just couldn't mutually agree. You know what I mean? At a weight to fight at, right? Kind of like the Jerome Booth Ennis and Devin Haney thing, right? Neither of those guys duck with Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney. Neither of those guys duck. Now you can say Shakur Stevenson maybe duck Devin Haney with the contract situation. You could say, well, Shakur Stevenson wanted more money, or you could say, well, he had the opportunity to fight Devin Haney. When you get that opportunity, then you got to take it. Devin did it with Lomachenko, right? That is a valid argument from the Devin Haney side, right? I perfectly get that. But in this situation, right, with the managers and whatnot, the manager just straight up told you, man, I'm not budging. Other managers said I'm not budging. So no fight, right? So in this particular situation, you can't say, necessarily uh nobody ducked or anything or like that. It's just they couldn't agree on the weight. Kind of like the boots in the Devon thing. I mean, with boots in the Devon. Yeah, yeah. Kind of like with the boots in the Devon thing too, right? 152. Right. Well, now Boots saying that he agreed to 152, but Boots said that they only brought the catch weight to him, and that he agreed to the catch weight. But I don't know, this way I think Devin didn't want to do it at 47. Boots wanted to do it at a catch weight, right? And they couldn't agree. So the same thing, with that situation, man. They just couldn't agree upon, a way to do it at. And I don't consider those ducks. Ducks are when a fighter says he wants to fight a fighter, and then he's about to fight the fighter, and then he start getting real, you know what I mean, hard to work with, trying to make the fight happen, or he start, going back on his word, or he start making up excuses, right? Type deal, or he keep telling you reasons that he's not going to fight this guy, but still, making fights along the way. I feel like that's more so a duck necessarily than two fighters, feeling like, well, I'm not gonna give up my advantages, right? Because you're really not supposed to give up your advantages in boxing. You're supposed to get every advantage that you can get, right? You know what I mean? You really are. Right. Somebody was speaking about Bud later. I think Errol Spence kind of did himself a disservice, right? Giving up all his advantages against Bud Crawford, right? You're not supposed to give up your advantages in this sport. You're supposed to get all the advantages that you can get. If you could bring, if you could bring shit to the table and get shit to rock, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Right. You know what I mean? So I'm not mad at neither one of those guys. Again, I don't like talking about like fantasy fights. I don't like talking about fights that can't really happen because there's really no answer for it. We can argue for 7 goddamn hours about something that's not really going to happen, about a hypothetical. There's no answer to it. There's no right or wrong answer to it. We can sit here and talk about, Bud and Boots fighting all day. If it's never gonna happen, it's gonna be an all day conversation. We can sit here and talk about Shakur Stevenson and David Hayne fighting all day. Who would win? Guess what? It's gonna be an all day fucking conversation because it ain't happening. It's never gonna happen. It's not a means to an end. You know what I mean? I like talking about actual factuals. It's not a means to an end. You know what I mean? Talking about the fantasy fights. I try to avoid all the fantasy fights. I barely talk about hype news, right? Because you know there's not an end to it, right? There's not an end to it, right? So I feel like when I come and I talk about stuff, I want it to be, concrete. Now, when we have our fantasy conversations, there are times for the fantasy conversations, right? You know what I mean? I get it; it has its place, but eventually, I would like to think that these guys could eventually fight one another, right? Like we fantasize about Bam and Nakatani, right? I mean, Bam and Inoue in a new way, right? I like to fantasize about that because it actually may happen. It's a fantasy fight, but it's one that actually may be able to happen. You get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It actually may be able to happen, right? So those are kind of fantasy fights that I like to talk about. But like Bud and Boots, that's not gonna happen, man. If that fight was gonna happen, it would have happened already. Right, Shakur and Devin Haney, it's probably is going to happen, but it ain't gonna happen no time soon, y'all. We got it. Sound like from listening to that conversation, man, we got about 2-3 years for them folks to get in the ring with one another. I don't see Shakur Stevenson going up weight classes no time soon. I think Shakur Stevenson is going to try to get undisputed maybe at 135, or he's going to get one of those, right? It's this thing that people feel like you can't get the titles at Zuffa, and I'm not really sure how the IBF is going to feel about that though. But I think all the other title holders, all the other sanctioning bodies are going to be on board with letting Zuffa fighters carry their belts because if you're signing Shakur Stevenson and you're signing David Haney, they're champions, so they're going over there with belts. You're signing them partly because they are champions and you want credibility, you want to solidify, you know, your company. So you're signing them for a good reason. You know what I mean? They are champions. So I think I don't know what the hell was up with the Apatalia and the IBF thing. That was a weird situation, right? But I think everybody else gonna be willing to play ball. I don't think they're gonna have no problem. You know what I mean? Letting the Zuffa fighters keep their straps. Right. I would be surprised if the WBA and the WBC, right, and the WBO all of a sudden be like, well, my fighter go get stripped because he going over to Zuffa. I don't know what the hell the IBF had going on or whatnot. Maybe it had something to do deeper than just boxing and whatnot. Maybe it was an appetite thing personally, right? That was weird. But I think it's a misconception that you can't unify and be on Zoof. I think it's a big misconception. People, if enough people say something, right, people start to believe it. It don't mean that it's the truth. Like some people feel like perception is reality. Perception is not reality. Your perception is not my reality. You know what I mean? Perception is not reality. Perception is what people think of you, right? Perception is what people think of you. That does not mean it's true. People go to jail all the time because people, may think that they did something. They don't mean that they actually did. It's innocent people in jail all the time. Y'all seen people go to jail, get out 33 years later because somebody come and confess to a crime that they really did, and then they done had this dude locked in jail for no goddamn reason for 33 years, and they let him out, and he's 60 years old. He been in there since he was goddamn 24, and he goddamn 64 now when they let him out, right? Wrongfully, type deal. That happens all the time, right? Perception is not reality. Perception is your reality. Perception is what somebody thinks of you or what people may think of you. People think, oh, if enough people think it, right, then it must be nah. That's how the we brain work. The person is smart. I say all the time, the person is smart. People are dumb. I'm gonna say that again slow. The person is smart. People are dumb. You know what I mean? Uh type deal. The truth is the truth. It's only one truth. It's only one truth. Perception is how it is viewed. Perception is how it is viewed through the eyes of each person. I'm gonna say that again. The perception is how it is viewed through the eyes of each person. The truth is the truth. Perception is how it's viewed. You know what I mean? A judge could say that you're wrong in court. That don't mean that you're actually wrong. Again, I just gave you a scenario. People get out of jail all the time for crimes that they didn't commit. You know what I mean? And the bad guy scot free. The bad guy scot free lived his life scot free. I give y'all an example to a lesser degree, right? Y'all know Roy Jones Jr. Won the silver medal in the Olympics, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yep, it was the silver medal. Appreciate that. Welcome down. Roy Jones Jr. won the silver medal, right? In the Olympics. Now it's a stigma around American Olympics, right? That we get robbed for the gold medals. They don't like letting us win boxing gold medals for whatever reason. Floyd Mayweather got a silver, Shakur Stevenson got a silver, Roy Jones Jr. got a silver, and we all feel like that they should. Keyshawn Davis even got a silver, right? Now we like to joke on Keyshawn Davis getting them silver medals and losing to Andy Cruz in the amateurs and shit like that, right? But it really is a real stigma around them robbing all American fighters. I think Keyshawn won a couple of those fights against Andy Cruz in those amateurs, y'all. You know what I mean? I really do. I don't think Andy Cruz beat him every time. I really do think there's something to that, right? You know what I mean? But I digress. Back to the story. I'm finna bring it all home for y'all. Y'all stay with me. Stay with me now. Let's talk about it. So Roy Jones Jr., right, got a silver medal in the Olympics. The guy that beat Roy Jones Jr. for the gold medal in the Olympics, he ended up bringing Roy Jones Jr. that medal back. Like y'all, it's probably like 2 months ago or some shit like that, right? He ended up bringing Roy Jones Jr. that gold medal back. Guess what Roy Jones said that dude told him when he brought Roy Jones that gold medal? Roy Jones, Roy Jones said when dude brought him that gold medal, he said that man told him, "I don't deserve this," and he gave his gold medal to Roy Jones after like fucking 50 years, my guy. 40 years of time had went by. 30 years and some change. Like 37 years went by, and this dude came back, found Roy Jones, and gave Roy Jones that gold medal and said, I don't deserve it. Because he knew he didn't win that fight, right? He didn't win that gold medal for real. He know Roy Jones beat him. And that has happened to a lot of our, Olympians going over there, right? You know what I mean? So just because three judges think that he lost that fight, don't necessarily mean you lost. You lost it on the cards, you lost it to the judge, you lost to them three people that said you lost. But that dude deep down know that you won that fight. He know the truth and actuality that you beat him that day, right? But you didn't really beat him that day. You get what I'm saying? So shit could be misconstrued, you know what I mean? That's all I'm getting at, y'all. But I digress. Enough for the life lessons and shit, right? But yeah, so we could kind of put the rest of Shakur Stevenson, you know what I mean, in Devin Haney situation, right? Because it don't sound like those guys will be fighting no time soon, right? If you're listening to their managers have that conversation, and me personally, I kind of knew that, right? Because them being in different divisions, it's fun to talk about, kind of like Tank and Devin, fun to talk about. Right. And now we really can't even talk about that no more. So now you just got, the Javante Tank Davis fans killing Devin Haney every chance they get. The Devin Haney fans, killing Tank Davis. Not so much every chance they get, because I will say a lot of Devin Haney pages, they don't make Tank content every single day. But I do notice like a lot of Tank pages, they do make content about Devin Haney, like a lot. Like a lot of their content is about, Devin Haney. Devin Haney, if you watch like Devin Haney is connected with the LDBC, right? If you watch the LDBC channels, they not waking up every day and destroying Javante Tank Davis, right? They not waking up every day and just making hate news only about. They talk boxing all the way around, right? They talk boxing all the way around, all through the sport, about every single thing, right? About a lot of fighters, right? You get what I'm saying? But you go to the people who like maybe dislike them, the people who like maybe who dislike the LDBC, right, right, or you go to predominantly Tank fan page, and this just me looking as a guy being from the outside, like as a neutral, right? They destroying Devin Haney like twice a week, like on the low end, right? Those Tank pages are destroying Devin Haney twice a week on the low end, right? On the high end, they're destroying him 5 to 7 times a week. You know what I mean? And at some point in that stream, right, they're going to destroy. You know what I mean? Devin Haney, right? It's like crazy. Like so, both fans, got they nicks and they necks, right? But I do notice that like a lot of the consistency of it is a lot heavier with the hate of Devin Haney, right? Uh, type deal, right? But yeah, like that's a fantasy fight, right? But now the fans just kill the other fighter, right? You know what I mean? So I actually I celebrate when fantasy fights get put to bed, because now people actually got to really be good and they got to come up with real content. And then they got to talk about the fights that's actually happening this week, right? And they got to not talk about the same 4 or 5 fighters every single day, all day long. The same fighters, right? All day long. You know, y'all need to start. Y'all need to start, messing with guys like Damazion and Vanhouter, right? Finding out about the next generation, the young up and coming in the starving heavyweight division, right? We're in the starving heavyweight division, right now, especially on the American side. I don't know if y'all know this, man. And I'm finna drop this in the chat, man. Let's talk about the current state of the American heavyweight, right? I'm finna drop this in the chat. I don't know if y'all noticed, right? Maybe y'all haven't noticed, but take a look at the top of the heavyweight list right now. Take a look around the heavyweight scale. Look at the top of the heavyweight list. Look at about the first 10 heavyweights in the ranking system. Y'all tell me what y'all see. Y'all tell me what y'all see right now. Y'all take a look at the top of the heavyweight boxing list and tell me what you see. Tell me how many Americans you don't see. Right? Tell me how many Americans you don't see. Right? Look at the top of the list. Matter of fact, you could even look at the middle of the list. You could even look at the middle of the list. Right? Tell me how many American heavyweights you see. I don't know if y'all know it's right, but I'm gonna learn it today. We gonna learn something today. We gonna learn it today. The state of the heavyweight division, and especially the state of the American heavyweight division right now, man. Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's really do this. Let's take our time. Like I'm really about to go to this because I really want to try to. I want to try to feed right. We about to go to the top 10 heavyweights, right? We about to go to the. We about to go to the top 10 heavyweights list, right? And we about to see who is sitting at the top of the list right now. The state of the American heavyweight right now, y'all. Do y'all realize that American heavyweight boxing? Y'all realize heavyweight boxing used to be ran by Americans for like decades? Y'all realize that the heavyweight division used to be ran by American boxers, bro. Literally, literally. You know what I mean? As long as time has been standing the test of time, as long as time has been standing, it has been ran by Americans, man. Do y'all realize that we don't have any Americans, man, in the top 10 heavyweight boxers right now? Do y'all realize that? Alexander Usyk, Fabio Wardley, Daniel Dubois, Kabayel, Tyson Fury, Moses Utama, Joseph Parker, Flip Hargovic, FL Jagba, and guess who number 10 is? So I lied. We got one in the top 10. Guess who number 10 is, y'all? Richard Torres Jr. Richard Torres Jr. is ranked as the 10th best heavyweight in the world right now. Yeah. Richard Torres Jr. has never been a champion. Right. So the best American heavyweight right now is Richard Torres Jr. And that's just the top 10. If I go down the list, it get even longer before you find, you know what I mean, more American heavyweights. Right? How high are we rating Richard Torres Jr.? Right? Shout out to Richard Torres. He deserves to be there. Right? I'm glad he's there because he's representing us. Right? I'm glad that he's there. Right? But how accomplished is he? Right? He's very early in his career. You get what I'm saying? So if we keep going, right? Uh, Deontay Wilder is in there, right? But then you got Gassiev, you got Bacole, Magamudo, you got Jerry Anderson in there, right? Then you got Jolly J, you got Javelov, Frank Sanchez, right? And then you got Michael Hunter, right? So we got Michael Hunter at number 20, right? Jerry Anderson at number 16, Deontay Wilder at number 12. And then we got Richard Torres at number 10. Right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 American heavyweights in the top 20 heavyweights right now. 4. There was a time where we had Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, George Foreman, goddamn Ken Norton. you know, like bring it up. Like we had like every heavyweight. Like it was like reverse, right? And I get that I'm comparing the USA to the rest of the world, right? But it was times where we had in the top 10 heavyweight list, we had 7 heavyweights from America, right? From America, right? it was times where we had top 10 heavyweights. We had 7 heavyweights from America, y'all. We got 4 heavyweights in the top 20 right now. Right. We got 4 heavyweights in the top 20 right now. And the highest ranked one is number 10. Right. And then we got number 12, 16, and a 20. Right. So we start halfway through this. We start at 10 and we work our way down to 20. And the last one being 20 is an American, Michael Hunter. Shout out Michael Hunter for being on the top 20 heavyweights. Right. But it's crazy, y'all, like where we have gotten. And y'all want to know why? Y'all want to know why? And it's not necessarily a bad thing. And I don't know if Mr. Vanhouter still in here, man. And it's not even a bad thing, right? But a lot of the young bulls, right? A lot of the guys now, a lot of the big dudes, right? A lot of the big dudes now these days, at least in our neighborhoods, right? They look like us. They're playing football, they're playing basketball. When those guys get to 6'4" and 6'5" and 6'6", 6'7", and etc., right? A lot of those guys are going to the football field. A lot of those guys are going to the basketball court. A lot of those guys are going to play sports, right? Where you don't necessarily have to take so much damage. Like they're playing safer sports, like the power forwards. I think the heavyweight champs of the world. The reason we don't have a lot of heavyweights, right, dominate a lot of American heavyweights dominating the game, right? Because a lot of those guys are going, to the NFL. A lot of those guys are going to the NBA, right? Because they're getting paid more, right, to take less damage, right? Either Queensberry has Queenberry has a lock on heavyweight. Richard Torres has a fight with Frank Sanchez coming up, and Mozzie would beat them both, right? And I'm not even going. I think he would, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, like that, like Mozzie is different. Mozzie different for sure, right? Which is what we getting into, right? Which is exactly what we about to get into. He said Torres put his work very happy for him, but they moved him real slow. Being in the Olympic match, yeah. Facts they did. They most definitely did walk him down. Right. I was a little shocked that he was in the top 10. I thought we didn't have one in the top 10. That actually must have been updated, right? They must have just updated that because he's sitting right there at 10. They got Deontay Wilder 12. I know they had Deontay Wilder number 11, right? But they got Wilder sitting at 12 right now. They got Gassiev ranked in front of Wilder now for whatever reason, right? But I knew Wilder was the last one in that top 10, but Torres is sitting right in that 10 spot right now. You know what I mean? And I most definitely would favor Mozzie over Torres right now. And I'm about to get into that, right? I'm about to get into that. You know what I mean? But basically what I'm saying, like what I'm getting in, shout out my guy walk him down Van Hooter, right? Because he can attest to some of this stuff, actually having a fighter, actually having a son, right? That is a heavyweight that's in the game and that's a part of Zuffa, right? Which we gonna get into in a second, right? But when you check out, the state of it, right? There's not a whole lot of heavyweights that's at the top of the game dominating, and I think it's more because they're playing sports, right? They're in the NBA. They're trying to go to the NBA. They're trying to go to the NFL, right? Type deal. They're playing sports where they get paid, guaranteed money, right? They get paid at the top of boxing, you get paid wonderfully, right? But you get paid more guaranteed money, right? And it's a safer sport, right? So you telling these young kids, these young 6'4", 6'5", 6'2", 6'3", you know what I mean, athletes, defensive ends, right, power forwards, right, 6'8", 6'9", 280-pound guys, right, power forwards, right, that yeah, man, you could play DN or play football, which is it's physical on the body, right? Or you could go play basketball, right? Which is a lot less physical on the body, and you could make more money than you could make right boxing, or at least starting out in your boxing career. Most guys are going to go pick up their ball. Most guys are going to go to their field. Most guys are going to go to their court, right? You know what I mean? Because they don't gotta take, the head trauma, right? I will say now, right? I will say now it does feel like boxing is making a bit of a resurgence, right? It has taken not like it was, back in the day, but I do feel like boxing is on the upside. You know what I mean? I do feel like boxing is on the upside right now, as far as what I mean, the attention that it's getting. I do feel like we're getting the uptick right in the sport right now. I do feel like we're getting the uptick. We've been down for a long time. We fell from boxing fell from like the best sport in America, right? Literally, boxing was the number one sport in America. We fell from like the number one. A lot of them scared to get punched in the face. Yo, mic check, mic check, mic check. Yeah, that junk kicked me out, man. That junk kicked me out. Yeah, we back though. I don't know what on them folks hating on me, right? But yeah, he said a lot of them scared to get punched in the face. Yeah, you right about that. Yeah, that's true. Right? Would rather not get punched in the face. Like you see, about 85% of them are scared to get punched in the face. Right? You get what I'm saying? Right? But that's why we don't have as many, what I mean, American heavyweights at the top of the game, right? Because a lot of American heavyweights are doing a lot of other things. What I was getting to was right now, boxing it is starting to make an uptick, right? So it may be now it may be a little more lucrative, right, to get in it if you could get into the right spots, right? You know what I mean? To be a boxer. But for a long time, it just was better alternatives, right? It was different alternatives, especially with how, boxing has been going. Like people want to pretend that Zuffa is this horrible place to be, like with the Muhammad Ali Act and all that stuff, right? But how good was boxing before, right? What's the alternative? Boxing has been the way it's been for a minute, and the fighters still have been struggling. You know what I mean? To do what they do, right? At least with this outlet, you get regular fights, right? You know what I mean? But I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead of the gun, right? A little bit, right? But what's really, the alternative, right? So with boxing being as bad as it has been, right? Kids are like, well, I'm gonna play football, I'm gonna play basketball. I would just rather, do this than to get into boxing, the politics, boxing, because boxing is really it's a dirty game, man. It's a hard game. It's a grammar game. It's not for the weak, right? It's literally for the strong. Boxing is literally for the strong, right? It's not for the weak. You get what I mean? And I'm talking about the business of it. The business of it is even more probably even more grimier than the damn physicality of it, right? And I mean how they treat the boxers in the business, right? If you get caught up in the wrong business type thing, the business side is more dark, probably even more dark than the fighter side, right? When you realize what's going on, right? But you know, American heavyweights, right? Decide, what, I just go play football for South Carolina. I go play football for Tennessee. I go play football at Alabama, right? They decide I go play basketball for Duke. I go play basketball for North Carolina. I go play basketball in Florida and play football in Florida, right? I go play basketball, you know what I mean, down there at Kentucky with Coach Calipari, right? So a lot of our American heavyweights are playing other sports, right? But the Zoof is like the league when you sign up, training facilities, nutrition, recovery, supplements, etc. And the low tier fighters who signed 3 fight deals, they're getting paid 25K per fight, right? And that's coming from a guy who know exactly what he's talking about, right? So you got a guy who was probably making $1,000 per fight, right? That's exactly what I was saying on my previous video, right? And I thought it was a 4 fight deal, right? So it's a 3 fight deal, right? So I've been thinking 4 like the UFC, but it's 3. Right. So shout out my guy, welcome down Vanhouter, right? Who has a son that fights for Zuffa right now. You know what I mean? Which is the conversation that we really having right now, the state of the heavyweight boxing, right? And I think we got us one, right? But I digress. He said Zuffa is like the league. When you sign up, training facilities, I told y'all that. Nutrition, I told y'all that. Recovery supplements, etc. And low tier fighters who signed 3 fight deals, they're getting 25K per fight. So think about this. A guy who was getting $1,000 to fight, $300 to fight, $500 to fight, $150 to fight, right? $2,000 to fight on the high end, right? Signing to Zuffa, and now you're getting $25,000 per fight, bro. So those dudes that we saw, let's just take a random guy that you saw get knocked out twice on Zuffa, because I have seen a couple people. It was lower weight class guys, right? But I seen the dude not get knocked out twice, right? But he lost his first fight on the cards, and then he got knocked out in his second fight, right? So that dude went from probably getting, I'm just gonna give him a high end, probably $1,000 per fight, bro. Fighting where he was fighting at, right? $1,000 per fight to $25,000 per fight. You know what I mean? Do y'all realize how much of an increase that is? He said Damazion made more in 2 fights than he did in his first 10 fights combined. Y'all hear that? Like, this is coming from somebody who is exactly what I'm saying. He's telling you that it's factual, right? Damazion Vanhouter, he's factual. This is his father, right? This is his father. He said Mazion made more in 2 fights with Zuffa than he did in his 10 fights combined. You get what I'm saying? So you talking about people going from making, bro, $1,000 a fight, $2,000 fight to 25,000 minimum per fight, bro. So if you have 2 fights, you go from having 2,000 to 50,000, bro. Your check go from $2,000. Let's just say 6 months. Let's just say let's just say 6 months, right? Let's say 8 months. Let's say 8 months, right? Hey, let's say 8 months span. You sign up for 2 fights. You have 2 fights. Say you have a fight in January, and then you have a fight in, let's say, just August, right? At first, you was getting $2,000 for that, right? You was getting let's say 4,000. Let's say you was getting 2,000 per fight, which a lot of lower level fighters are not getting even 2,000 per fight. They may get 300, 500, 1,000 if you lucky. You know what I mean? Right? And that's the low tier. Some of these young guys are getting 50, 70,000 per fight. And if you sign 3 5 minimum, win or lose, you get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? That Buckley saying the money they ain't giving now boxing is coming from off the UFC fighter back. Now it's coming off Turkey back. Buckley don't really know what he's talking about. Hey, Buckley don't know what he's talking about boxing with. It's coming off TKO back to Turk Al-Sheikh back. But anyway, I digress. Dana White already made his money. Right. Dana White already made his money off the backs of them. Right. Dana White didn't already sold. Dana White didn't already sold. You know what I mean? His part of the fortune that making his money off of them. Right. He didn't sold it and came back to manage it, making them fights off of them. Right. You know what I mean? This is coming off TKO. This coming off Turk. This ain't got nothing to do with them. Now Dana a smart man, bro. Dana getting his guap right now from UFC and from boxing, bro. Now Bunkley just talking. Bunkley just talking, man. Bunkley should have did better this weekend. Should have did better last weekend, right? But I digress, right? I digress, right? But like, man, you gotta compare it, like you just gotta really think about it, man. He said Dana is the face, but UFC is not Zuffa. Boxing brings in more money than MMA, right? You know what I mean? So man, but you gotta really think, bro. Like you gotta really think. You gotta really think. Like, what's the alternative? People want to make Zuffa boxing sound so bad. You got a fighter, literally, like he just told you, right? He just told you you got a fighter that went from making. I don't know how much Mazda was getting, right? But that man father just told you he got more in 2 fights than he did from his last 10 combined. You know what I mean? That's why I've been saying I don't get why people so upset. Like it's like this is good for the sport. People not realizing that. Oh, you got to sign over your rights, and bro, you was getting $2,000. You was getting $2,000 a year off boxing, and now you gonna get 50,000 on the low end, right? If you got a resume, you get 75 to $100,000 per fight. I know because I heard Robert Garcia talking about his fighters making more than they ever made, right? You know what I mean? So now, bro, bro, that's good for the sport. That's what people not getting. People been saying it's called security, bro. That's what it's called. It's called security. Guaranteed fights, guaranteed contracts, guaranteed money. You guaranteed that you're not gonna be getting $300 and $500 to fight because I swear, bro, I know boxers making $300 to fight, $500 to fight, $150 to fight. I know, I know a boxer personally, bro. Now he getting more than $150 now, but that man used to get paid $150 to fight, bro. I seen him get paid $150 twice to fight twice before. No bullshit. Now he knocked the dude out quick, but he got paid $150, bro. You know what I mean? He's a 2.5, 4,000 per fight. His first 5 fights, 1,000, 1,500, and he has to pay his trainer, manager, yep, cut man, so he will walk away with damn near nothing. You get what I'm saying? Mozzie, Mozzie was making 2.5 to 4,000 per fight. All right, before he went to Zuffa, and now I will only imagine he ain't even got to confirm this, pops, but I will only imagine, bro, that Maze is probably getting somewhere around that $75,000 mark, 50,000 to 75,000, right? And I'm saying on the low end, I ain't, but you get what I'm saying. He went from making 4,000 per fight. We'll give him high end, right? Pops just said high end. We'll give him high end, right? So we'll give him 4,000 per fight, right? So let's just say Mazda had, let's say, let's say Mazda had 4 fights per year, right? 16. He went from making 16,000 a year, right? Let's just say that he getting 50, right? Let's say he getting 50 per fight. You know what I mean? It's 200,000. You know what I'm saying? He went from making 16,000, brother, 200,000 per year. You know what I mean? And if he keep knocking folks out like that, he definitely up there. He makes more than me, and I'm out. You know what I mean? I already know Van Hoot. I just, you know what I mean? I already know Van. I already know Pops. I already know. Cause you just put the scale on the table, and I know what his worth is, right? I kind of know, so I already kind of know. You know that man went from making 16,000, bro, to $200,000 a year, bro. That is different. That is different, bro. So let's just say he had 2 fights already, right? So let's just say he like if this was let's just say last year, right? He would have had $8,000 at this point, which is nice money. Cooler check. 8,000. Cooler check, right? But now this nigga got like 100,000. And people telling you Zuffa boxing is bad. I can't wait till next year. You get what I'm saying? People telling you Zuffa boxing is bad right now. They real deal telling you that Zuffa boxing is bad for the sport right now, bro. You know what I mean? Man, let this dude let this dude get 4 straight knockouts. Man, come on, bro. That's crazy work. That is crazy work, bro. But anyway, but y'all get what I'm saying though. Pop was good. Bubs. He said no tank fight now either. We going to keep that same injury around this joint. No tank, man. Honestly, Bubs, Tank won't gonna never fight them anyway. Tank, Tank wasn't gonna fight them anyway. Pop was good. Was good. I appreciate you providing so much clarity too for walk them down. I appreciate you providing so much clarity for us, with everything that's going on, because this all tie into what I'm getting at, right? With the state of the heavyweight division, all of this tie into it, right? You know what I mean? So basically, what I'm getting at is I'm telling y'all why. I'm telling y'all why. A lot of our heavyweight, champions aren't even boxers, right? They in the NBA, they in the NFL, right? And then I'm bringing it full scale back up to what's going on now. Now, right? The game actually is a little better. It actually would make sense for guys to pick up boxing, right, and be boxing because there's a way for you to be able to get, what I mean, paid doing the right thing. You right, you know what I mean? The times are a little different. Boxing plummeted drastically, right? But now boxing is back on the uptick, right? Boxing is back on the uptick because people like me, because people like you know what I mean, hardcore boxing fans, right? You know what I mean? And I think we got us one. Like I think as far as like heavyweight, man, y'all know heavyweights are scarce. I just told y'all, man, go check the top 20 heavyweight list, man. It's four of us on there, and ain't none of us in the top 10. Richard Torres is just barely breaking the top 10, right? And he's number 10, right? It's four of us in there. We got one fighter, one heavyweight in the top 10. It used to be seven, eight fighters, American heavyweights in the top 10. We got one fight in the top 10, and we got four in the top 20, right? You know what I mean? It's not looking too good. And basically what I'm saying is I know the reason why. It's because, right? It's because, right, the game has been so bad. And I'm saying that like, why are you so mad at Zuffa when the game has been so fucking bad, bro? Boxers don't even want to box. These young dudes don't even want to go box no more because the game's so messed up because of the promoters and the pay scale and like how hard it is to get in, how hard it is to stay in, how hard it is to really matter, man. You got to have a great fucking team, you know what I mean, to really matter. And everybody don't have that. And I can see that Damazion has a great team. He has great support. He has a great family behind him. He has a great push, right? You get what I'm saying? People been putting him in, he has the team, right? But as hard as the sport of boxing is, you gotta have your team, right? You gotta have your self together, and a lot of people are not privy to that, right? So they chose to do other sports. You get what I mean? But we do have, right, some in there. Like I feel like we have hope. We did no problem. A lot of folks be talking down on Zuffa, but now they're full time fighters. Everyone knows signed to Zuffa quit their jobs. Can't be mad at that. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? Exactly, bro. Exactly. Exactly. And he just told y'all like the bottom scale is 25,000. So you gotta think a low tier fighter, bro, again, was getting $1,000. Mozzie was a high end prospect. He was getting $4,000 per fight. But you gotta think a low end guy coming out the barrel, people that I know, right? I know niggas that was getting $150, $300, $1,000. Now when it got good, it started being 1,100, right? 1,500, right? 3,000, right? 3,000. Like when it started getting good, right? But compare that to 25,000 per fight. You know what I mean? You doing a whole lot better than your 3,000. You know what I mean? You doing a whole lot better than your 3,000 per fight that you was getting, right? So man, what's the alternative, bro? It's been bad in these streets. It's been bad in these streets, man. And you telling me adding another company go make it worse? No, bro. It can only help. There's more jobs, more people, bro. I wish they would have fucking had Zuffa, man. You know, it's the perfect time. You know what I mean? It's the perfect fucking time. You get what I'm saying? Type shit. And I said all that to say, man, I need y'all to do y'all homework, man. I need y'all to do y'all homework. I need y'all to support, our young black fighters, support our fighters, right? And we got us a heavyweight, man. I think especially with this young brother being a heavyweight, he got all the talent in the world, bro. He fight like a middleweight. And right, and I just found out it's because he used to be a middleweight. You get what I'm saying? The Damazion Van Hooter went pro at middleweight. He went pro at 154 pounds. So understand that all the little man skill is there. He has little man skill in a heavyweight body with heavyweight power. He got middleweight feet, middleweight speed, uh, right, with a heavyweight body and heavyweight power. 6'5", 200. I think his last fight he fought at two. I think mom said he fought at 228. He was 228 pounds his last fight. Pops just said he gonna be about 235 for his next fight. Right. You know what I mean? And I don't really want him to get too goddamn big, right? Because I want him to still have that speed advantage, right? All that speed, right? But he went pro at 154 pounds, and now he's fighting at heavyweight. His last two fights were on Zuffa, and he had another fight. I saw him fight, and I'm realizing this. I realized this. I actually realized this the day after I did my homework, after my video was done. It's a lot that I should have said in that video that I didn't say in that video, but I'm gonna say it here now, which is why I put him back in here, which is what I'm doing now. I'm saying it right, but it was. I saw him fight on a Jake Paul card as well, right? And he looked great on that card. He beat the hell out of that dude. I can't remember that dude's name, but he boxed him up so good, bro. The first punch that he threw in that fight, man, hit the man with a jab. He damn near knocked dude out with a jab. He damn near knocked that dude out with a jab, right? You know what I mean? He imagined Fabio Wardley, right, with more speed and a deep amateur boxing pedigree background. Because on BoxRec, they said that he only got 8 fights. You go check his BoxRec, bro. It's gonna say 4-4 in the amateurs, right? Mom's already laced me up that shit is false. This dude had over 100 amateur fights. He went pro when he was 16 years old, right? So he had over 100 amateur fights, went pro when he was 16. So he has hella experience, and he did all of that being a small fighter, being under 154 pounds. So he has a small fighter. He has a small fighter. He will always keep the speed. He's still growing. Should top off 6'6", 245. We will be happy. Kobe Madison. Yep, that was his name. Kobe Madison. He said Mozzie was 208 when he fought him. Kobe Madison. That was the dude's name on MVP. That was my first time seeing Mozzie. I thought my first time seeing Mozzie was with Zuffa, but it wasn't. When I went to do I appreciate that, Pops. When I went to do that, when I went, that boy fast, Pop, especially heavyweight. Yeah, he makes sure y'all, man, keep that speed up in that thing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, though? He got the little man mechanics, right? He got the smaller fighter mechanics, but he has filled out into a heavyweight, bro. Y'all not hearing me, bro. We got us one. Let me say, as an American, be proud of what I'm getting at, y'all. We got us one, bro. He checked all the boxes, bro. He checked all the boxes. Now, of course, he's 21. Everybody got shit to work on, right? Everybody got shit to work on. Nobody's perfect, y'all. But what I'm getting at, man, the potential of this young dude, and especially, now knowing all the background information that I know now, bro, he got all the little man shit. He was 208 when I first saw him. He was 208 pounds, right? It makes sense. I was like, the reason that it threw me off, right, walk him down. The reason it threw me off, right, is because he had got so fucking big from the last time that I saw him. Right, I saw him fight Kobe Madison. He got so fucking big since that time. It took me to see him fight, to make a video, and then the next day go back and watch that Kobe Madison fight and realize that, hold on, bruh. I know who the fuck this is. I said, hold on, bruh. I know that dude. I said, damn. I said, damn, that's the dude that knocked that damn near broke that nigga leg with the jab. I said, that's the dude that damn near broke the dude leg with the jab. Bro, he damn near broke Kobe Madison leg, bro. The first punch of the fight with a jab, bro. That shit was so crazy. That shit was so funny, bro. He hit the man, boom. He hit the man, boom. The man leg damn near went out. I said, that's crazy. But I was like, bro, I know this dude, bro. But nah, this dude a monster, bro. Like he been a monster. Like he been a monster for a long time. I do y'all one even better. I do y'all one even better, bro. This was way, way, way back in the day, bro. Y'all know I like bare knuckle, I like street fighting and shit, right? Jorge Masvidal, he MMA fighter. Y'all know I do more than boxing. I do boxing over here. I do MMA. I do bare knuckle, right? NBA, football, all that stuff over here. Y'all know I do plenty of sports, right? But y'all know I'm into the street fighting, the bare knuckle and shit. Jorge Masvidal, bro, used to be a street fighter here in the UFC. I'm pretty sure y'all know him from being in the UFC. He been putting on fights for the longest. I'm not sure if Jorge Masvidal put this particular fight on, right? But he was there. I think it was something that he promoted, the event that he promoted, right? But he was in the crowd watching, and he put it was I think this video, this shit probably happened maybe like 8 years ago. I saw this maybe like 4 years ago, right? But it was this young kid. He put this young kid in the ring, Vanhouter, right? The guy we talking about now. Then I think he was fighting at middleweight. They fought for Jorge in Miami. Boom. Yep, there you go. I think he was fighting at middleweight then, y'all. He was skinny, bro. Like he was skinny. He was small. He was like, I think he was 16, and he fought a guy who was 28, something like that. Right. What number? He was like 28, right? And I was like, man, they got this grown man fighting this kid. Man, he went in there and he put hands on bro, but he ended up stopping the man. Like they had on headgear and everything, right? But he ended up stopping that dude. You know what I mean? He's a Majid was 1,650 pounds. You know what I'm saying? So this man was 16 years old. Majid 21 years old right now, y'all. But that was 5 years ago. This dude didn't put on like 70 pounds, bro. Y'all good what I'm saying? I'm explaining to y'all that he has middleweight skills, y'all. He actually has 146. He got middleweight skills, literally middleweight athleticism with heavyweight power, and he's only 21, right? And he's only 21. Like I was like, y'all know I've been saying this for a minute. Y'all know I've been sad about this. Y'all know I've been sad about this. Y'all know I knew about Joshua Edwards, right? I've been putting y'all on Joshua Edwards for a minute as far as the heavyweights, right? See, Mozzie wasn't even the heavyweight, so honestly, I truly did not have him on the radar as far as being a heavyweight contender, a heavyweight prospect. But now that Mozzie is at heavyweight, you get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Damazion, Vanhouter, Joshua Edwards, man, young American heavyweights, bro. And then the thing with, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, and I ain't just saying this because there's people here, but I'm gonna be real with y'all. I got a little more. I'm excited about both of them, Joshua Edwards and Damazion. But Damazion athleticism is off the charts. Joshua Edwards is athletic as well too, but what separates Joshua Edwards from Damazion is Damazion spar. Edwards hit me on IG. I sent a that's so fucking lit, bro. That is lit, bro. That is lit, bro. You want to know? I bet I got you, bro. I got you on everything. I got you. What's your IG again? Pops. Walk them down. What's your IG again? This is Damazion father too, by the way, y'all. That I'm talking to. Y'all wanted the difference? The difference with Damazion and Josh, bro. And I rate both them. Hey, I'm rocking with both of them. Vanhouter's power, bro, is crazy, bro. His power is different. They both got speed. I think Vanhouter is a little more athletic, Only hands. I got you. I think Vanhouter is a little more athletic. I ain't gonna say a little. I think Vanhouter is more athletic, and I think he has a lot more power though. Like the power is different. Edwards can box his ass off. He got fast hands, right? But man, Vanhouter got that power, bro. He got fight changing power, bro. I got you. I just followed you, bro. I just followed you, shot you a message. He got fight changing power, bro. Like when he start throwing his hands, bro, shit get crazy in there. When Van Hooter start throwing his hands, bro, shit get crazy. And it's crazy that they already sparred. It wasn't Van Hooter already sparred though. But those my two young heavyweights, bro, that I feel like we got to keep watch on. Van Hooter being a newer because I wasn't expecting this dude to end up at heavyweight, right? But the fact that he ended up at heavyweight, bro, I like that's great. That's great. I think it's perfect for him. If he could carry that weight, which it looked like he can, and the fact that he carrying that weight, he already was real technical with it, fast and snappy. Now he didn't added that weight behind it. He added that power behind it. Now that like he looks scary, y'all. Like he looks scary. And he only 21. I wouldn't necessarily. I don't want them to rush him, right? I don't want them to rush him. I don't want them to, and I think he could handle his damn self, right? But experience is the best teacher, right? So just let him get that, keep letting them get that experience, that pro experience, right? He filling out, you know what I mean? Bro, like, I'm thinking, bro, athletically, he's like apex predator. You know what I mean? Elite athleticism, elite speed, especially for heavyweight, right? Elite athleticism at heavyweight, elite speed at heavyweight. It's crazy, man. It's crazy to see it. Like it's crazy to see it. How old how old was they when this happened? How old was they when this happened? Yeah, that's lit though. I know that's lit though. But yeah, man, once he really get that experience, 'cause I think that's the only thing that he missing, man. Everything else, I think he got it. He checking all the boxes, man. Once he really get that experience, you know what I mean? I think I think we're looking at the next great American heavyweight champ, man. On some real stuff, man. I want y'all to Google him, like do y'all homework, like check him out, look at his film and whatnot. Uh get Paramount Plus so you could go to Zoof and watch both his fights. Now they both ended in the first round. Damazion was 18. Okay, bet. They both ended They both ended in the first round. You know what I'm saying? More now that was Najee. Yeah, I realized that was Najee. I realized that was Najee. I knew exactly who that was, bro. He just sparred nine. He Gucci, bro. Yeah, he Gucci. So he getting top of the line sparring. I wish my boy Stay was in here. Pop, his stay up for me, man. I'm trying to link Stay. I'm trying to link Stay with I'm trying to link Stay with with Damazion and Van Hoot and them, man. So he can get some work. So he can get some work with them boys. Yeah, I see that was Nigel Lopez. Now that's lit. He just sparred Josh Edwards. He just sparred Nigel Lopez. So he getting some elite. He began elite work for a long time too. Huh. Now that's lit, bro. Yeah, we got us one, man. Yeah, we got us one for sure. I think we got us one, man. I think we got us one. I think we got us one. And I'm just going like this sheer raw talent, man, raw ability is there. On top of him clearly being schooled. Like this is a well schooled fighter, yeah. Find out his background. See, Box Rec don't be knowing all the time. But I did that video and I didn't put enough in that video that I put out, which is why I'm doing this now. Y'all getting the real information right now. Y'all getting the real story. This is his pops that I'm talking to right now, right? So y'all getting the real information right now. Y'all getting the real story on the Majin in the background. Like, so understand, like this dude literally amateur work, like he check out the boxes. Spawn Nigel Lopez, Spawn Joshua Edwards. So he's around elite, he's around elite level talent even now. He's been around elite level talent for the longest, look like, right? I saw him around Jorge Masvidal at 16, right? He spawned Nigel Lopez at 18, right? Uh he's in the Zuffa system at 21. Right. So again, like I was staying there, like I've been saying for a while, right? He got that performance institute, got all the supplements, right? Got the gym, all the nutrition he need. He got everything to succeed, man. He got the great team around him. Uh, right. He's getting the knockouts, right? 12 fights, 9 knockouts. And the when he wasn't getting the knockouts, he wasn't at heavyweight, right? You know what I mean? Those was earlier in his career. He's on a 6 fight knockout streak right now. You know what I mean? And I get that it's young, and it feel like that I'm putting a buck on the 50 right now. I'm putting 50 on the buck right now. But I'm really not, y'all. Like, if y'all could see it, like if y'all seen it, if y'all saw the Zuffa card, right? Or if you saw the first Zuffa card that he was on, or if you saw him fight Kobe Madison, right? Google Vanhouter versus Madison, bro. If y'all just want to see, the fight lasts about 2 minutes, maybe. So you ain't gonna miss a lot of time. I ain't even mad at you. If you want to go watch it and come back, go watch Vanhouter versus Madison. And if you curious if that's the fight that I'm talking about, if the if the tall light skinned guy don't hit the big uh don't hit the big brown guy in his shit with a jab, the first punch and damn near knock him out, that's not the fight that I'm talking about. He hit Kobe Madison so hard with that jab, bro, to start that fight. When I say so hard, bro, he hit him so, and he didn't even throw. He didn't even throw it hard, bro. He didn't even throw the punch hard. He threw a regular routine jab, just snap, just put it out there, boom. Don't you know how you go to the facility right after you do the jump rope, you do the cardio. You know what I mean? He threw a jab like the trainer just said, throw the jab. Like the trainer just said, throw the jab, just flick it, don't throw it, just flick it out there. He just flicked it out there. Now he damn near knocked dude ass out with the first punch that he threw. He said Spar Thurman at 16, King Kong Ortiz, Hot Rod. Oh, that's lit. Hot Rod with Zuffa right now. He's been training with top level people since he was 10 years old, bro. Bro, this nigga has sparred Josh Edwards, Nigel Lopez, Keith Thurman, King Kong Ortiz, Hot Rod, and been sparring these guys since he was 10 years old. Now that would explain a lot though, because Boss Rick don't do him justice. Walk him down. Boss Rick don't do him justice. Boss Rick don't do him justice because Boss Rick said that man only got 8 amateur fights. That will have you thinking that he was a green fighter. It's actually a good thing. Y'all should actually keep it just like that. Don't update that. Now that I think about it, that's a good thing. That's a good thing because that what Boss Rick will have you thinking that this dude is just Boss Rick will have you thinking this dude is just strictly an athlete. He's purely an athlete, solely an athlete. And if you know his history, you know that he's much more than an athlete. So now I'm even more confident, right, in what we got, y'all. We got us one, y'all. I really do. Like as far as like American heavyweights go, people want to make jokes about what I'm doing, y'all. Is I'm giving y'all some ammo, right? That's why, yeah, I know, Van Hoot. I know, bro. You just put me on game. You just put me on game, dog. Oh, G, you just put me on game, pops. On everything, you put me on game, bro. I'm even more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna put this back up here. I'm even more confident now, bro. Like, we got us one. We got two now. I think we got two. I hope they don't get pitted against one another, right? Him and Edwards, right? I hope they don't try to pit them against each other. But yeah, I'm trying to give us some ammo right now, y'all. When people start talking about, we be on them channels. We be on them channels and shit, and they be talking about, well, y'all don't got no heavyweights. We don't got no heavyweights. The British run the heavyweights. The British run the heavyweights. I'm just trying to give y'all some ammo right now. I'm trying to give y'all some ammo right now because I guarantee you, this dude go be at the top of the heavyweight division sooner than later. I say give it, bro. At this point, now that he on Zuffa, I say give it about man. Give it about a year or two. Because he's 21. That's the crazy part. He's 21. I see him being a champion though by 24 though, for sure. I won't say 23. Right, by 24 for sure though. Like just talent wise and finding out that he's been bred by top level, fighters already, like throughout his life, right? Since he was 10. He's 21 since so for 11 plus years, right? He's been bred by, top level elite fighters. That would explain a lot though. But Boss Record will most definitely have you thinking, yeah, y'all did a good job with it. Y'all did a good job with that. Yeah, leave it just like that. You right, my bad. You right, my bad. You right. Yeah, y'all smart. Yeah, that was smart. That was extreme. Yes, that was extremely smart by y'all. Yeah, cause ain't no way, bro. Yeah, they got a monster. Yeah, they got a monster though, bro. We got us a monster though, y'all. Like this dude, and I had to put emphasis. I had to come back with it to let y'all know, and I'm glad that he here to let y'all know too exactly what's going on. Cause I'm just giving y'all some ammo right now. When people want to start firing off about the UK heavyweights and they run heavyweight division. Damazion and Vanhouter, Maserati. I bet they can't fuck with Maserati. So let's practice now, right? UK Brits, the UK run heavyweight division. This is what we gonna say. Man, fuck all that. I bet you they can't fuck with Maserati. I bet you they can't fuck with Mozzie. I bet you I know a young nigga knock their ass smooth. That's what I'm gonna say. That's how I'm saying. Yeah, y'all ain't gotta say like me. I know a young nigga knock their ass smooth out. That's what I'm saying from now on, because they be trying to get off on Deontay Wilder now, right? Because Deontay Wilder older, right? They talking about, you see, he lost this dude. Yeah, because y'all waiting until he was fucking 40 before y'all fought him. Right? I know a 20-year-old that'll knock you out right now. You want to talk about our 40-year-old heavyweight, right? American heavyweight. I know a 20-year-old heavyweight that'll knock his ass out right now. Hey, that's how we gotta tell him, right? I know a 20-year-old American heavyweight that'll knock his ass out right now. Because I guarantee you they don't know who Damazion and Van Hoot is. And it's hard to it's really that Kobe Madison fight. I see what y'all did. Y'all smart. Y'all smart walk them down. Because it's really hard to find film on them. You know what I mean? It's hard to find film on them. That Kobe Madison fight up there, right? And now the more I think about it, I'm starting to think that's on purpose. Right? Like that's like, you know, go watch that junk. Go watch that highlight. That shit was crazy, boy. And I remember him doing it on the MVP call. I vividly remember that. And you want to know what the cool part is? I've been putting this dude in my parlays, right? I've been putting him in my parlays every time I saw him because his tape always checked out. The little tape that I could find, right? It always checked out. They have still yet to let me bet a knockout on him because they already know that he gonna knock these people out. That's why they're not letting us bet knockout on dude, right? You gotta take the money line on him because they know he gonna knock people out. But his film always checked out. I just think it's crazy, and I think it's the craziest shit in the world that his folks, you know what I mean, is on my channel now. But now, man, this dude got to work there. Yep, Keith Thurman, Joshua Edwards. Now he bigger than Josh Edwards. He was taller than Josh Edwards back then. Dang, hot rod. Yeah, he lived for real. He been trying to keep Thurman for real. Dang, he been trying to keep Thurman for real. That's lit. I remember him knocking dude too down. And David Morrell. Okay. And David Morrell. Okay, bro. That's when he was 19 with Keith Thurman. So that was 2 years ago, right? He only 21, right? Yeah, he only 21. So understand he's 21 years old now. So he was training with Keith Thurman when he was 19. Or he was training with Joshua Edwards when he was 19. Damn, he sparred Joshua Edwards, bro. That's fucking lit, bro. Man, y'all gotta let me. Hey, y'all gotta let me come to the gym, bro. I gotta see this shit. That's crazy, bro. That man sparred Josh. That is fucking lit. So y'all already know, huh? 19 with Edwards. Okay, 2 years ago. 16 with Keith. He said Wallace set to retire following the Boers War. You think so, bro? He said he was in his camp for Barrios. That's when he was 19. He was in his camp for Barrios. He was in he was in Keith Thurman camp for Barrios. Barrios didn't stand a chance. That's why Keith Thurman beat Barrios up like that, huh? Okay, he was in Keith Thurman camp for Barrios. Oh, that's lit. I don't think Ward will go retire. I think he need to take some time off though. I think Ward need to take some time off for sure. Though. I don't think he need to retire. 19 with Edward, 16 with Keith cap at 16 for Barrios. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh yeah, that's crazy. He way more athletic than Barrios. Jack way faster than Barrios. He moved way better than Barrios. Keith Thurman out here spawning a 16-year-old to prepare for Barrios. It makes sense now because I know at 16 he probably was moving he's still moving his ass off, right? He don't necessarily have to move as much now, right, at heavyweight. Y'all lit. He said they stopped letting us record after the first spawn with Keith. Kicked everyone out the gym. I know he, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm running that story. Can I run that story? Yeah, I gotta hit you up on IG. I gotta hit you up on IG, Bob. Nah, this nigga the one. Nah, Vanhouter the truth. What AB them be saying? Nah, this nigga the one, man. Yeah, we got us one, y'all. And I know he gonna keep his head on straight, right? Because he got good parents. Yeah, I already know. See, I gotta talk to you. I gotta talk to you off IG. You know what I mean? I ain't even want to get into shout out my guy walking down because you heard me about to go there, didn't it? You heard me about to go there, walking down. Yep. You heard me about to go there, but I didn't. I don't want to. Yep. I got to hit good ball. But yeah. He there though. Yeah, he there though. I ain't even as worried about the experience shit no more. After seeing after you lacing me up. Yeah, I ain't even worried. Yeah. You heard me about to go. Yeah, y'all Gucci. Yeah. Yep. You, yeah, I fuck with it. We got us one, man. And y'all ain't gonna lie, y'all telling them, y'all know these was conversations that I was having, even before I realized Vanhouter was at heavyweight though, right? I was like, man, bro, all we got is Josh Edwards. All we got is Josh Edwards. And then I see, Vanhouter knocked two niggas smooth the fuck out in the first round on Zuffa. I'm like, hold on. This boy right here. I'm like, hold on. This boy right here might have the goods. And I'm thinking that he young. Bet, I got you. And then I'm like, yeah, he young too. So we got something. I'm thinking youth mean inexperience. But in this situation, youth does not necessarily mean inexperience with him. Cause I'm clearly looking at it. The background, the pedigree, as we like to call it, right? The pedigree. The pedigree of this young man is insane, bro. The pedigree of this young man is insane, bro. That's insane. And he was taller. He was taller than Josh Edwards 2 years ago, bruh. Y'all so smart, bruh, because Josh Edwards 6'2". Y'all smart, bro. Y'all is smart. That dude probably ain't been 6'2" in years, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Josh Edwards 6'3". He way taller than Josh. And Bucks Red got 6'2". Y'all wicked, bro. Oh yeah, y'all lit. Y'all so lit. Y'all lit, bro. Damn. Yeah, people go be real. Yeah, that explains a lot though, bro. Seeing him fight, bro, and having this conversation. Looking at his box rate and seeing him fight, bro, and you not realizing of him first bar to now. Okay, Ben, walk him down. Y'all follow walk him down Vanhouter too, man. That's his real pops right there. Like that's his pops, man. That's his pops. So y'all follow walk him down Vanhouter too. Bro, looking at his box rate and watching him fight, everything you telling me is making perfect sense, bro. Because that box rate do not fucking match what I'm seeing when I watching what I have been seeing. If I actually had it registered to me that this was the same guy from the damn MVP card, right? Because I think on the MVP card he was what about a 180 then, wasn't it? Maybe he was fighting at light heavyweight then, wasn't it? On the MVP card, no, cruiserweight. It might have been heavyweight, but he was noticeably smaller though. You know what I mean? But he was noticeably smaller though. But nah, David Maria, nah, that is crazy. David Maria, Edward, Thurman, Hot Rod, Mozzie and Mozzie, 18 finish. Yeah, with Dana. Yeah, he probably the best heavyweight that they got, bro. Oh, they yeah, he gonna fight somebody with a name. I see what's going on. I see what's going on. Yeah, I see what's going on. Yeah, he the best. He most definitely the best heavyweight prospect that they got for sure. He most definitely the best heavyweight prospect that they got for sure, dog. Nah, that's crazy, bro. And the little man skill is really what got me. So he got the little man skill, right? Got he got the pedigree, and really what separated him is that like he's a guy that harnessed a lot of the heavyweights. A lot of the heavyweights not gonna be as skilled as him. Not only are they not gonna be as skilled as him, they not going to have the natural ability that he has, being a smaller guy coming up. Apataya bigger than wow. Apataya too, bro. This nigga like 6'6", ain't it? Hold on, bro. Hold the fucking phone, bro. How big is this dude, bro? How tall is he, fool? Apataya, damn. Oh yeah, bro. We got us one, bro. He legit. I was worried about the size 6'2". Nah, bro. He not 6'2", bro, at all. He is not 6'2" at all. Wow. Yeah, bro. We got us one, dog. We straight. This crazy. Hey, bro. Yeah. Yeah, walk him down. Oh, yeah, we Gucci. We Gucci. I I just hope him and Joshua Edwards don't bump heads too early. As long as they don't bump, they shouldn't. If we can avoid that, right? If we can avoid them bumping heads too early, bro, we gonna be we gonna be a okay. We gonna be a okay, man. As far as like they got us right now, y'all. The UK got us right now. They got us right now, right? Wilder was our guy. Wilder was our guy in the game, right? Wilder was at the top. They got us right now, right? But I'm telling y'all, we on the way though. We got hitters on the way for sure. We got hitters on the way for sure, y'all. We got some hitters on the way, bro. But yeah, y'all make sure I want y'all to keep this name right, and y'all, you know what I mean? Just remember the name. You ain't even gotta bow all the way in like I'm buying in, right? I ain't even ask you to bow all the way in. I'm just asking y'all just to keep his name, just remember him because again, like I was saying in the video, he's ever improving. You know what I mean? He's still filling out. You know what I mean? They saying that he's still growing, right? He was like, I think Moms told me he was 228 last fight. Pop said he gonna be about 235 next fight. He want to max him out. I think he want to max him out about 245. I like that. As long as he can keep that speed. As long as he keep that speed, man. Yeah, hell yeah. Cause I ain't gonna like him walking around about 245. That's probably optimal, right? But him being 6'5", he can carry 245 easily. He should, yeah. His frame, cause he is 6'5" at the on the bad. And maybe it's the do he got shoes on the upper the, yeah, okay. Yeah, so he about 6'5". Yep. Yep, he about 6'5". Ah, yeah, we Gucci, man. Yeah, we Gucci. But nah, this is a bad boy though, y'all. It's a bad boy, man. You ain't gotta take my word for it, man. Like, do your research. Keep your eye out because I'm pretty sure there's Nigeria. Oh, so okay. So those the pro box. I see him with the pro box guys. They is in Florida. That's Drew. I know Drew. Yeah, I know Drew. I, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this dude, he a blue chip. He a blue chipper. Okay, he a blue chipper. Yeah, this dude a blue chip. I just didn't know. I just didn't know he was blue chip. Y'all did a good job though of keep. Y'all did a good job of not putting a lot out there too though. Not putting too much out there. Y'all did a good job at that. Y'all did a good job at that. Yep, y'all did a good job with that. Oh yeah, but he legit though, man. He legit. Y'all got y'all one for sure. We got us one for sure. I most definitely see heavyweight champ of the world in his future. I'm gonna say, man. I'm gonna say in about 2 years probably, man. I don't see them guys being able to compete with him. I don't see guys being able to compete with him athletically, and as far as that power, as long as he keep like he can, he the conditioning is there, the speed is there, right? As long as he can carry the weight, as long as he can move with it, right? You know what I mean? As long as he can do his thing, cardio, no cardio shit like it gets sometimes. But I think he gonna be okay with him being a smaller guy, putting on the muscle the right way over the course of the years, right? Versus you know maybe a bigger guy like losing it, right? But he's put it on the right way. I have gradually seen him realizing who this is. I've seen his maturation over the years, his body grow. I think I want to say, bro, the first time I seen bro fight, I think he was at 100 and he might have been like at 170, like 175 or something like that. The very first time I saw him fight, maybe. And now he at heavyweight. That's kind of why I didn't recognize him. Right? But yeah, so him putting that weight on like that, that's where all that power coming from. It's making sense. He already had the he already got the quick twitch. That explains the quick twitch, right? Because he's a smaller guy. And now I'm saying smaller in the sense that, he started at, middleweight, right? He started at middleweight. He worked his way up to heavyweight. He's a smaller guy coming up to heavyweight. Yeah, man. That's crazy. Like that is crazy. Speed is power. Facts, bro. Facts. Speed is power. Facts. I say that all the time too. I say that he's cracking shit though, and that's not coming from right, and that's not coming from somebody saying that right because they don't got power. When you watch him fight, bro, he is cracking shit. Like he's saying speed is power, but don't let that confuse you in the sense that this guy is like people think David Benavidez got menace and power, right? David Benavidez don't necessarily got menace and power, right? He got a lot of speed with it, right? This dude got power, He got power. He got real power, but he fast too. His speed, the fact that he don't even have to throw full power at you. His speed punches are power. And not like in the sense of David Benavidez, like in the sense of he's barely touching you and he's hurting you. In the sense of where it don't look like he even throwing that hard because he really is in his mind focusing on the speed, but he's still hitting your ass with bricks in his gloves. You know what I mean? So it's a power guy who doesn't rely on his power, right? He's really in there. He's a tactician. He's technical with it, but he's putting you on your ass with his power, right? Not falling in love with his power. You using the fundamentals to get to his power. And I think as long as he continue, right, to use the fundamentals like he do to get to his power, it ain't gonna be no stopping. It ain't gonna be no stopping him. I thought I dropped the link an hour ago. I was trying to figure out why like nobody came up to say nothing at all. Like not one time. I've been to her too. I'm like, I've been to her 2 hours. Ain't nobody say nothing. I didn't drop the link, bro. But I supposed to drop this at the beginning of the show. Y'all literally heard me say at the beginning, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link in case somebody want to come. I never did it. I just scrolled up the chat. I never did that. But this dude is, bro. This dude is like he's getting to. He's not getting to the knockouts like looking for the power, right? He's getting to the knockout boxing, and the power is there. You know what I mean? Like some guys like it look like they throwing hard, right? He don't even look like he's throwing hard a lot of times, and it's damaging. Right? Just look at his last fight, right? I don't know if y'all saw my video, but it's a picture of his last fight. The dude in the corner just give me, okay, bet. Are you about to come up, bro? Okay, bet. Well, let me run to the stuff. Yeah, 5 minutes. Cool, cool. Appreciate you deciding. Okay, Pop's about to come up here. Appreciate you, Pops. Like he's getting to his power. And y'all know I'm excited about this, bro. Because y'all know I like heavyweight boxing. A lot of people don't like heavyweight boxing. And it's not that I'm gonna be real with y'all. There's not a person in the world who don't like heavyweight boxing. Right? Y'all really want to know what it is? We don't like where heavyweight boxing has gone for Americans, bro. That's what it is. It's not that people don't like heavyweight boxing in America. It's that we don't like how bad it has gotten. And I think the answer to all this bad heavyweight boxing, y'all, is here. And two guys, not even just Mozzie, right? Joshua Edwards too, who has trained with Mozzie, which is crazy. Who has trained with Mozzie, right? Joshua Edwards too, man. I think the era of Deontay Wilder spoiled us for a long time, right? But Deontay Wilder, he's getting up there, right? He got less fights. He's a dude on 11-6-8. Yeah, I figured. He don't have too many fights left, right? Don't have too many fights left, right? Deontay Wilder, the great American heavyweight, right? Deontay Wilder, but we gonna need something else, y'all. You know what I mean? We gonna need something else to cheer for eventually, right? You know what I mean? And I really feel like the heavyweights, the American heavyweights are scarce, but I think we got us. I think we got us two for sure. And I'm glad that Vanhouter made his way up to heavyweight, right? Because at first I was a little worried. All we had was, Big Baby. We got a whole Big Baby get right, right? Whole Big Baby stay right. And then we had Josh Edwards, who I've been trying to put in people's ear, right? Then we had Josh Edwards, who I've been trying to put in people's ear. And now we got Damazion, bro. And I'm glad that Damazion went up to heavyweight. Because that was going to have to be, right? Because like I was saying, right, all them big dudes. And maybe if Damazion started off as a big dude, right? Maybe if Damazion started off as a big dude, right? He probably would have played football, basketball too, right? But Damazion was a little nigga. He was smart, right? He was like us. He just went to the gym. He went to the gym and stayed in the gym. You know what I mean? maybe if the maybe if Damazion started off right, 250, right, he probably would have ended up on the field too. But I'm glad that he didn't, man. I'm glad he took the boxing route, man. Because now we got some hope. Now we ain't gotta look now we ain't gotta look now we ain't gotta look crazy when we having these heavyweight boxing conversations.
How
Yo,
you doing, fam?
what's good, man?
How's
Appreciate
everything?
you.
Hey, it beats Texan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely, man. So, man, we're I got a couple questions for you, man. Not nothing too serious though.
Oh,
So
go for it.
when exactly did Damazian start boxing? Like what age was it?
Mozzie was 5 when he started boxing. We're from New York, upstate New York, Albany, New York. So at 5, in between football season, I got in with a couple coaches. You know what I mean? They was like, "Yo, he's pretty good for boxing." I'm like, "I'm just
Yeah.
trying to keep him in shape for football." But they was like, "Nah, he good." And there was a couple
So
pro boxers.
he
You know what I
actually
mean? I
was
knew.
playing football, huh?
Yeah, he was playing football, like flag football. Then we got the tackle, but right before tackle, he was 7. So everybody was
Yeah.
like, I won't put it in tackle because he's good at boxing. I'm like, nigga, I don't know shit about boxing. You know what I mean? I'm like, I see
Yeah.
on TV, but I ain't know kids can box. You know what I mean? Compared to me going to a game on Saturday for flag football, that's something different. But they was like, nah, you don't want to get him injured for boxing. So me and mom was like, fuck it, we gonna put him in boxing. Like he always wanted to do mixed martial arts, but back then, shit, that was 2010. That shit was fucking expensive. It was like
Yeah.
$500, $300 for a month. You know what I mean? So I found him a boxing gym,
Yeah.
$40. It is. You know what I mean? So I took him to the
Right.
boxing gym. But yeah, he always wanted to fight. He always wanted to fight ever since he was little. And it wasn't like he was a bad kid. No, he just was like, look, I can fight and make money. He's been saying that since he was 6. You know what I mean? He's like, I can just punch somebody in the face to get paid. I'm like, yeah, you could. And I'm like, you know what I mean? We used to watch Ultimate Fighter. Every boxing match that came on, everything, any type of combat sport we watched. So he was always like, yeah, I could do this. I'm like, hey, fuck it, we gonna do this then. You know what I mean? But overall, he started boxing since he was 5.
So he chose the game. That's like nah. See,
Yeah,
it's all making sense.
yeah.
Like everything, it's
I'm
all
not a
making
boxer.
sense.
I'm not a boxer. I'm a fucking bowler. I used to bowl in high school. I bowled till I was older. You know what I mean? That was a nice, clean sport. It was AC on the inside when it was cold. I mean, heat on the inside was cold. AC when it was
Yeah.
hot. Moms did karate. You know what I mean? But like I said, nah,
Right.
Mozzie chose boxing, and he just went with it. Never turned back.
And I'm glad he did. Goddamn. I'm glad that he goddamn did. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So he did play football, and he went to. So then that's.
Yeah.
So how did he? When did y'all know that he was gonna be a heavyweight and not a middleweight? Like when did you? When did y'all
Shit.
kind of figure that out?
Basically, we always knew he was gonna get bigger because his little brother he a year younger than him and he's 6'7". You know what I mean? Like
Damn.
back in the day when I took him to the dentist, this is a story I tell everybody. They was 5 and 6 years old when I took him to the dentist. The dentist was like, "You gonna have some big boys on your hands." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "By their teeth, you can tell how tall they're gonna be." He was like, "Mozzie
Yeah.
gonna be 6'6", 6'7". He was like, "William's gonna be 6'7", 6'9". He was like, I'm being honest with you. And this one there was 5 and 6, so I didn't believe it. I was like, fuck out of here. I got some big people in my family. Like I'm 6'4", my sister's 6'4",
Yeah.
you know what I mean? My mom 6'2", you know what I mean? So we got some big people in my family, you know what I mean? So I was like, maybe, but that tall, like I doubt it. So, he just had a little growth spurt from like 10 to 13, where he went from like 5'8" to 6 foot, but he was still a beanpole. You know what I mean? But it was like, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? He's just gonna keep growing. Yada yada yada. After that George Masvidal sparring, that's what got us to link up with Ryan Rickey, his manager now, to where they was like, come in for an interview. We're gonna have him spar a couple people. So he sparred like 4 pros and he did his damn thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when we was talking to them, they was like, how big you think he's gonna get? And I told him like he's gonna get around 6'6", 6'7". I'm like, but the weight ain't on him. You know what I mean? Because he had a high metabolism. So overall, when we first signed him, he signed as pro. They was like, yeah, we're gonna make sure he's heavyweight. So at 16, we knew he was gonna be heavyweight eventually. We didn't say know how fast it was gonna come. But yeah, we definitely knew he wasn't gonna cut no weight during no fights. That's why his first 10 fights is all different weight classes. Like he
Mm.
had 2 fights at the same weight class. The next 2 fights was at the same weight class. And after that, it was like weight class jumped up a weight class. You know what I mean? So we just let him grow. We didn't cut him for no fights. So whatever his walk around weight was when fights came, that's when he was fighting at. So overall, he got to 190 like last year, and it was like, all right, bet we go straight to heavyweight. So, and that was it. Oh, and another side bit, he got signed to Zuffa back in 2024. Zuffa's been on people for years. You know what I mean? Like they've been in the back doing stuff for years. So they picked up Mozzie, like I said, back in 2024, before he was even heavyweight. You know what I mean? So I'll be trying to tell everybody, like tell your fighters, anybody y'all know, Zuffa's around. They at the local shows. They got people at the the USA tournaments everywhere. So they're looking for fighters. You know what I mean? It just they gotta choose you overall.
Yeah. Now this crazy though. So y'all was already training him as a heavyweight.
Yes, sir.
Like, yeah, that's
Oh yeah.
crazy.
We got
Yeah.
he
But when
basically
you
got with the
seeing him, now go ahead.
I was about to say, no, he basically got with a good strength and conditioning coach. You know what I mean? So the strength and conditioning coach basically transformed his body in 3 years. He gave him a straight meal plan to go by, but Miles is a kid still. You know what I mean? Motherfucker's still snacking, doing other things,
Yeah.
but he actually took it serious for like the last 6 months, and that's where all the weight came from. You know what I mean? And just the muscle mass and everything. But yeah, he's been on a strict diet, and yeah, he just put all that fucking weight on with no problem.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. Because he's still so fast, man. He's still so
Yeah,
fast with it. But it's
yeah.
all making sense now, though. Looking at his box rec, seeing him fight and talking to you, seeing him fight is making sense now. Like it's all like, yeah, it's all making sense. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
we've been planning this for a long time. We knew he was gonna be the one. Put it that way. And I'm his pop,
yeah,
so I'm always gonna talk shit about my kid. But overall,
right.
now I've been around
As
this
you
game a long
should.
time, seen a lot of people. You know
On
what I mean?
YouTube, you can't talk too good about. On YouTube, you can't talk too good
Yeah,
about your
exactly.
son. People go hate. People go hate you now.
Hey,
Now
exactly. Put it this
I'm
way.
just playing.
I got compared to Bill. Oh no, you're right though, because I got compared to Bill
Yeah,
Haney one day. Because I was like,
I
man, I'm just
already
gonna
know.
dog walk Utama. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You know what I mean? And, oh, you
Yeah,
can't say that Utama's this. Utama's fucking 21. Utama's 6'4", and he's 240. Mozzie's 21. Mozzie's 6'5", and he's 228. We'll be 240. Mozzie's faster. He has a better footwork. He does have better head movement, like you stated earlier. He don't show shit
yep.
because he don't have to.
You don't
He
have
don't
to.
have to.
Yeah,
So why pull out?
I could see
If
that
I
much
can
because
take
I
somebody with
know
a
how
stick,
he. I was just about to say
yeah.
that. I can see how he was fighting coming up and know that he got all
Yeah,
that shit in there. You know what I
like
mean?
I
It's
said,
there for sure.
you, you can kill somebody with a stick, or I can pull out my gun. I ain't wasting no bullets. I'm just gonna kill you with this stick. You know what I
Right.
mean? And that's all he do. But yeah, when it comes down to when we get an opponent in there that can really quote unquote fight, yeah,
Yeah.
y'all gonna see what he can do. But nobody, for me, after watching him spar, just everything overall, you can't take too many fucking punches from this nigga. You know what I mean? It's just
Right.
that simple. He hit too hard, and he don't, like you said, he don't try to hit you hard. He's just trying to land his
Yep.
shots. It's just when them shits land, they fucking precise. You know what I mean? But overall,
Yep.
everything happens with his left hand, but he's right-handed. His right hand way more powerful than his left hand. He just don't have to pull it out. You know what I mean?
Damn. I ain't know that
But yeah, we.
either. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It
Oh
makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, his right hand is no joke, but he hasn't had to throw it out. Even when he knocked the guy tooth out with the left hand, he jabbed him, and he was gonna come in with the right hand. He was like, "Dad, I was about to kill him." He was like, "I was about to kill him
Yeah.
with that right." Like I said, the dude, took a knee in the corner. But yeah,
Cause
every
I
time he's
remember the
trying to set
two.
up that right hand, they drop.
Yeah. He got crazy power, dog. Like the first, like the like when I saw him on the MVP card, man, and he hit it as soon as the fight started. Right, first punch, boom, jab. That dude damn near broke his knee. He hit
Yep,
him in the face, and he damn near broke his knee. Right, you know what I mean? He damn near
exactly.
twisted his ankle. Yeah, what I mean? I'm like, bro, that's crazy power right there, bro. Like that's a different kind of power because you're not even in there swinging. He's not even in there swinging to
Nah,
knock a guy out. Like you said,
nah.
he just
No,
flicking it. He throwing it out there. You know what I mean?
that's it.
And when it land, it land like a bomb. And that's the difference
He trying to,
between him and a lot of people. You know
yeah,
what I
he
mean?
be
Like,
just trying to find his range. Like I said, he puts it out there for a rangefinder. It just is a hard as hell rangefinder. You know what I mean? A lot of people can't withstand it.
Yeah.
But his first Zuffa fight, you know, he was like, "Yo, Dad, this guy is really nice." Like the kid that he fought. You know, a lot of people don't know. You
Yeah.
know, you got to sign the contract
He
to
used.
fight him. So if
Yeah.
you see Mozzie fighting them type of opponents, best believe that wasn't our first choice. But it is what it is. We respect anybody that signs that contract. But it damn sure wasn't our first choice. You know what I mean? So that's not on Mozzie. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? A lot of people always downplay his first opponent. But that first opponent was a very nice guy. You know, overall. He shook his hand, they talked after, talked before, but after homeboy told me, he was like, I ain't never been hit this hard ever. And he was like, I've been in Mexico fighting. I fought with some big guys. He's like, I never been hit that hard. His whole face was lumped up after the fight. Whole face. Yeah, he was at the doctor's thing, patches on his eye and everything. Like his whole face was bruised. And Mozzie only hit him maybe like 20 times in the face. You know what I mean? But nothing was hard.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember the Gomez guy. He was a heavyweight coming up too. I think wasn't it? Like he was
Yeah.
coming up too. I think
He's
like both of them
he
pretty much in the
started
same situation
Gomez.
though.
Yeah, Gomez
Same
started
amount of
at cruiser.
fights.
He moved up to heavyweight. Yep. Everything.
Yeah. Yeah. But I remember that.
Then
Yeah,
little
that's when I first I was like, oh, this dude right here kind of different. And then I saw him
yeah.
the last Sunday. I was like, oh, he did this shit twice. I said, nah, he really do this. I said, nah,
Yeah.
he really does this. And then I put it together that this the same dude that damn near killed the Kobe Madison guy. And I'm like, oh
With the
man, nah,
jabs. Yep.
this dude different. Like, nah, he even before I start this live, gathering all this information because you didn't send me. He didn't spar. He didn't spar champions on champions, been sparring champions since he was
Oh yeah.
a kid. Really,
Little.
you know what
Yeah,
I
since he was
mean?
little, he was always in the ring with somebody that was better than him or older than him. Like I said, him and Xander been sparring together since Mozzie was 8, Xander was 10. Like I said, you know, Mozzie came up on the Florida circuit with Xander and all the other guys that fight. So, like I said, we've been around from upstate New York all the way down to the bottom of Florida, across the country to California. Like we traveled with him during his amateur days. You know what I mean? So we got to meet a
Yeah,
lot of up and comer fighters. You know what I mean? A lot of them don't box no more, which is sad. But we got to meet and spar against the top level people ever since he started boxing. Like we looked for the smoke for him. I was the type of dad. I'll throw him in there with any fucking body. He ain't gonna get his ass whooped. You know what I mean? He might lose the fight, but he ain't gonna get his ass whooped.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because like you said, BoxRec didn't put in all the numbers. You know what I mean? Well, his
right.
manager ain't put in all the numbers for BoxRec. But yeah, he got over 90 amateur fights, you know what I mean? Like with no problem. And like I said, it's not just local fights. We travel. He is a national champion. He actually won nationals like 3 times. So like I said, he has the pedigree and he's been around. But like you said, BoxRec don't do it no justice. So when people look him up and talk about him, oh, he ain't got no experience. No, that motherfucker got some experience. Like I said, he's been sparring big people. Like when he was 200, when we knew he was going to heavyweight, he was in there with people 240, 250, 260. You know what I mean? Doing what he do. So like I said, the size difference never was a problem for me. You know what I mean? Because I know what he can do. So that and like this is a little off topic, but that's be pissing me off about the younger, not the younger, the smaller weight fighters. They be like, hey, he got me by 5 pounds. So fucking what? It's 5 pounds. Can you fight? You know what I mean? Like I know it's a big difference when they
Yeah,
little, but come on now, this motherfucker is 21 getting outweighed by 50, 60 pounds, and y'all complaining about a 5 pound gap.
yeah,
And then on top of Zuffa, you know what I mean? The whole thing about Zuffa, the backstory of Zuffa, they always wanted, you know, everybody say, oh, they're gonna pay the fighter shit. They're not under the UFC banner. You know what I mean? So people gotta realize that. Zuffa and UFC is 2 totally different entities. Dana White is
yeah,
running Zuffa, but it wasn't like he was the owner of UFC. He was the owner of UFC when they bought it with the Fertitta brothers. But now he's just the face of Zuffa. You know what I mean? Yeah, he has a big fucking part of it, but he's not the owner per se. So these guys, you know, the whole spew is basically, hey, we want to pay you guys enough so you don't have to have that 9 to 5 job. We want to make sure you guys are fully training and you guys come in here ready to fight. Now, if you come in here ready to fight and you lose, that's fine. Zuffa don't care about the losses. That's the part they're taking from the UFC. You know, that type of shit. where we're gonna have the best fight the best, and people taking that shit too far, not realizing no, we're gonna have the best opposition for you. The person across from you is gonna be the best opposition for you right now in your career. Not, oh, I'm gonna have you fight Usyk or somebody else. Yo, that's the best fight. The best. Nah, that's Usyk fighting the best is him fighting who's ever number 2 underneath him. So if you number 20, you're gonna probably fight number 19, 18, or 21. That's what they mean by the best fight the best. You know what I mean? People took that and ran with it just because they don't like Zuffa. But no, that's what they mean. They're gonna try to put on as many 50-50 fights as they can. And shit, the last card should have showed you 4 fucking underdogs won. You know what I mean? Like I said, everybody they're signing is coming to fight. Because they know if I lose, I still can fight. I still have my contract. They're not gonna just kick me off. You know what I mean? Oh, I lost the string. Oh no, you're still there. Okay, you might be in the store right now. I remember I heard you say you had to run to the store. But overall, you know, until you get done. But another thing for Mozzie overall, no matter what, he only has 5 heavyweight fights. You know what I mean? Most people, you can go to anybody's record, Tank, Crawford, Boots, Xander, go to anybody's record and look up all their names of their opponents, and then you stop when you recognize somebody's name. You ain't gonna recognize nobody's name for their first 15, 20 fights. Most people you won't. You know what I mean? Because it's called building the fighter. And you build by putting a better opposition each fight. Now if they get better to make the opposition not look as good as they are, that's not the fighter's fault or the person they fought. No, they're just getting that much better. Overall, just basically when you have that much talent, you're gonna make people that's good look ordinary. Hold up 1 second. I'm gonna have to hop right back in. I gotta take this call. Be right back.
I bet y'all had 0 service in that stuff. Had 0 service in that stuff. Yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm back, y'all. My service was L3 blade in that stuff. I hate my junk cut out on pops. Oh, well, yeah, man. It's all starting to make sense now, though. Given the fact, what I'm seeing, I see it unfolding. I see it unfolding. It's a couple names in that heavyweight division at Zuffa. You know, shit. Ain't even got to go too far, especially with where he at in his career right now. It's a couple names on Zuffa that makes sense for him. You know what I mean? But I got even more after having the conversation with my brother. Even more confident, y'all, that we got us one now, man, for sure. For sure. I was a little worried. Why they had me a little worried? Man? But I think we're in good hands. Well, who we got? They got FA over there, right? Charles Martin out of Wilding. The Yvonne dude. But it's a few names over there though. It's a few names over there. I think work out for him. What's his name? Charles. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that was my fault. I had to take a phone call real quick.
Yep. Yeah. I was in that damn store, man. I ain't had no service in that store.
Do you hear me? Everything good? Mike's still on? Yep, Mike's still good.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Still
I
there?
think it may be. Huh? I think it might be a delay.
Yeah, but
I
Zuffa,
got
they
it.
got like you said, F ain't Jogba. Waiting for them to announce Andy Ruiz. Charles Martin, he fought FA. We also have Joshua Juarez, he's 14-0 as a heavyweight. Jamar Talley, he moved up to heavyweight. I think he's like 12-0 or something like that.
I
So
know
yeah,
exactly who that is.
Zuffa
I know
definitely
he
has some
moved to heavyweight.
heavyweight.
I know
Yeah, they're
exactly who
signing
that is,
people all
though.
the time. They just signed Otto Whalen. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah.
actually a decent heavyweight from UK, but they got him over here. So they got some people, and they're always signing new people anyway.
Yeah.
But we definitely gonna make sure he gonna get matched up, you know, accordingly, like always, and he gonna do what he got to do. Then it's on to the next one.
Yeah. When you consider I mean, but him having 12 fights, like you expect him to be matched up the way that he's matched up. Like that was his 12th fight that he just had, right? So, you know, we not expecting him to, you know, be getting
You on mute?
in a title
I
fight.
think you're on mute, boss. I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay. Hold on.
Yep. If you're speaking, I can't hear you. I don't even know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. I hear you. I hear
You
you.
you can hear me? Okay. Yeah, I can't hear you.
I'm finna fix it.
I hear you. You can hear me?
Okay, so you can't hear me, but they hear both of us. He can't hear what I'm saying, huh? Can they hear me?
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, baby. That's what I was saying. Like it's on this end, this it like we could both of us could be heard, but we couldn't hear each other for some reason.
Yes, sir.
I bet, yeah. Yeah, though, but hell yeah, man. I think yeah, I think it's some matchups for him over there, but with him only having
Yeah.
like 12 fights, I ain't expecting him to really get like no title shot. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
No
We're not
time
expecting
soon,
nothing.
but
We're not expecting nothing until at least 2027 for a title 2028. Late 27, early 28. You know what I mean? We want to get him at least 16 to 17 fights before he goes for a
yeah,
title.
yeah,
We just think that's the right way to move him. You know what I mean? Overall, we didn't do, going back to his amateur, we only did 90, I think it was 90 or 93, whatever. I know we never hit 100 because I was like, we don't need to put him through that much, torture when you're not getting paid for number one and number two. You want to be good for pro. You know what I mean? We don't have to have the 200,
yeah,
300 amateur fights that a lot of people have. It just didn't make no sense to me.
yeah. And 90, I think 90, like that's about what you want.
Yeah, he started since he was 8. You know what I mean? He started boxing, where they started counting his fights at 8. So from 8 to 15, he had 90 fights. You know what I mean? Because like I said, we stopped amateurs at 15 and started training them
Yeah,
for the pro rankings.
yeah. It's that though, man. For him being like you said, man, y'all did good with that boss rig because boss rig how you fooled as far as like how like his experience level, but he has
Mm-hmm.
for him being a 21-year-old, he has a lot of experience for a
Yeah,
21-year-old. You know what I mean? A whole lot of experience for a 21-year-old. So that's good as well. So he got a good understanding of the game. He got a good mind for the game. Like he live, like you said, he's a fighter. Like he been fighting. He was 5 years old. So that's having a head start on that's having a head start in itself. You know what I mean? The number
yes,
of
sir.
fights could fool you. You know what I mean? If you
Yeah, don't nobody know what they do in the back, behind the scenes overall. You know what I mean? Some people might have 10 fights, but they gym warriors, you know what I mean? They've been getting trained by the top level people. They just can't find no fights. You know what I mean? And you stated
right,
earlier how much people was getting paid to fight. A lot of people don't
right,
want to fucking train 3 months to get paid 4,000. And then you have to pay everybody else. So you're walking away with, like you said, $200, $300. So most of the guys that's really good is like, do I feed my family or do I train and try to get seen by somebody who's going to pay me that big money. You know what I mean? There's nobody out there that's paying that big money no more. You know what I mean? For the lower
yep.
guys per se, the
And
people that's coming up.
I got a partner in the UFC right now. I
Hmm.
got a partner in the UFC. They don't get as much to start with as Zuffa do. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They 15 to get in, 30 for the win. You know
yeah,
what I mean? But they gotta win.
they got to win.
You know
Yeah,
what I
they
mean?
got to win to
So
get that 15. Yeah,
you know what I mean? So they really like people like get all this venom for Zuffa, but in reality, man, Zuffa is really, bro. They like you said, they changing people's lives, but they taking people who gotta go to work, right? And
yep,
they making them they're making them full-time fighters. They letting them
yep,
chase their passion, they dream. They giving people a real shot on themselves. And if you
yes,
happen
sir.
to be in a situation like your son, like y'all know what y'all got.
Yeah, oh yeah,
You know, y'all know what y'all got. So that's all really like y'all needed was a platform. You know what I mean? To
exactly. Yep,
display that. And now y'all got the platform to display that, bro. And I'm this is before I even really knew y'all. You know what I mean? I most
yeah.
definitely think that dude going to the top. You know, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like That's
Like I said,
it's
we've
different. You
been
don't
waiting a
see it.
long time.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. You don't what he got, what you gave him, what y'all
Mm.
gave him. You don't see that, man. You don't see that every day. He moved better than 100 and 35 pounders, 140 pounders. You know
He
what
was
I mean?
always making so bad. He was always the smallest. Like I said, he didn't get a growth spurt till he was like 16, 17. Well, actually closer
And
to
that's
18, he
why.
didn't get a growth spurt. So like you were stating, he do fight small because he was always small. You know what I mean? He's not even used to his body size yet to really let
Right.
loose like he used to because he just big as shit. You know what I mean? But he's growing into his body, he's starting to understand what his body can do and produce. But overall, like you said, he's still small in the mind. You know what I mean? If you ever talk to him, he'll tell
Yeah.
you, oh no, he think he 6 foot, 150 still. You know what I mean? With no problem.
Right. He got
So
the he got the small he got the small fighter abilities. Like he got
yeah.
small fighter abilities. You know what I'm saying? As a
Oh
heavyweight,
yeah.
he got the
Yep.
small fighter mindset. He's been training as a smaller guy his whole
Yep.
career. So now that he's a bigger guy, he still got all them smaller guy mannerisms and movements and memory muscle. But now he's
Yes,
not a
sir.
small guy. So and that could help him even when he is the smaller guy again, right? Say
Yeah.
he fight a Tyson Fury one day, maybe one day down
Yeah.
the road, type deal.
Just somebody
He
big, super heavyweight.
right. He's already accustomed to being the smaller guy in his mind.
Yep.
Right, you know what I mean? So that's
And
gonna
and
work out
over
for him too.
and overall with that, we wanted to put the weight on so he can absorb the punches. Not so much
Right.
for his skill set. We knew he was fine, but we don't want you in there fucking 205 and you find somebody 280 that can punch.
280.
No, put some muscle on your bones. You know what I mean? Put some meat on your body just so you can absorb the
Yeah.
punches when they do land. You know what I mean? But other than that, we knew he was fine at 208. You know what I mean? Like we was really
Yeah.
comfortable with him at 208 with no problem. But it was like, now you're gonna be finding some big boys, so
His
just throw
armor,
some
yeah,
weight
his
on you.
armor. Got to get
Yeah.
his armor right.
Yep. That's it. And like I
Yeah.
said, he
Yeah,
got
I
six.
already
He
know.
got 6%. No, 7% body fat. They just did his shit when he got back.
You,
So he's
you know what
231
they
when
tell
he
me?
returned. What?
You know what they tell me at my gym? I already know what they tell me at my gym. You can fight, bro. You just too small.
You say,
You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Y'all didn't want that. Like I be sparring with them. Like, you can fight, bro. You just too little. Like y'all didn't
yeah.
want that to be like he.
Exactly.
So when I know what I'm because I'm 6'3". You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
know what I'm looking at when I see like he got mannerisms of a smaller guy,
yeah,
but he didn't put that weight on the right way throughout
yeah,
the course of the year. So that's where that menace and power coming from.
yeah. He never.
That's where it comes from.
He didn't. He
You know
didn't
what
eat
I
his
mean?
way to heavyweight. No, they literally
Right.
bulked him up the proper way. You know what I mean? Calisthenic training. He was doing 2 a days calisthenic training. You know what I mean? To pull ups, dips, and
Yeah.
all that shit. They just put him on weights maybe early last year, like really just now started lifting weights per se. So he never really lift no
Right.
weights. That's just all natural, basically quote unquote jailhouse built. You know what I mean? That he's worked
Right.
with the
It's
technique
real.
of
It's real
power.
muscle,
Yeah,
real strength.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
like people don't understand, right? A bodybuilder being 240 pounds is different from a boxer, right?
yes,
Being 240 pounds. It's a different way they got there. They got there a different way.
yep.
It's way more strength and power behind that boxer 240 than it is that bodybuilder 240.
Hmm.
The muscle build, the foundation of the muscle is completely different. And
Completely different.
he's basically a skinny guy that didn't put on weight. And now you
Yeah.
just can't mess with him no more. Like you can't fuck with him no more.
Our thing is, we always say, you gotta have power to keep the people off you, or you gotta have enough power to knock their ass out. So he got enough power
Right.
to keep them off him and knock their ass out. But when somebody hits him,
Bingo.
it's like hitting the brick house because, like I said, he is like an ox. I seen him get hit with some heavy shit by some big motherfuckers, and he not move, like literally not move. I'm like, God damn, like you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
shit, I thought he was gonna hit the
Fire
nose.
had
You know what I mean? Yep, but no, he just like I said, pure strength and heart. Because there's 2 fights when you go to the channel. He had 2 fights on his Bach rec. Well, 3 fights that he went the distance. His first fight was his first fight. He went to Bach, you know what I mean, the distance, whatever.
right.
His fourth and fifth fight. His fourth fight, he was blind in the first round. The guy came in with red hair dye. That was on the MVP card. That was actually on Serrano's. He was on Serrano's undercard for
Yeah,
that one. But yeah, the guy had red dye in his hair. Commission didn't catch it. So the first round, you know what I mean? They got got in a little clinch, and we seen all this red shit on Mozzie's face. I'm like, did he get cut? You know what I mean? Then he come back to the corner. I'm like, you good? He was like, I can't see. And then we start wiping them. We realize it's dye. You know what I mean? But he was like, I still want to fight. And I'm like, can you see something? He's like, I can see a shadow. I'm like, all right, move your feet and just, do what you can do, but we'll try to get it out next round. But yeah, for 4 rounds, and it was supposed to be a 6-rounder. They dropped it to 4 to, for time constraints or whatever. So in the
yeah.
4 rounds, he couldn't see until the last like 40 seconds of the 4th round. You know what I mean? That's when he actually turned it up. But that fight that
Adversity.
happened. Then Mozzie turned it up. But like I said, the fight was over. It was every 4 rounds. He won that with no problem. Now the next
Yeah,
fight, he went out to Mexico. That was his first basically cruiserweight fight. I think Mozzie was 185 or 190. The dude was like 195. But Mozzie was sick. He didn't tell us or the manager. So, we sent him
yeah,
out there. Everything was good. So, and Mozzie said he was like, I got to get him out in the first round because I'm not feeling well. After that first round, Mozzie was like, I couldn't feel my legs. He's like, I couldn't feel my arms. And then the 3rd round, Mozzie don't remember anything that happened because he passed out after the fight. He won the fight, but he passed out after the fight. He don't remember anything after the 2nd round. He said, after I got into the 2nd round and tried to move my legs, and my legs wasn't working properly. He's like, I just went black. But yeah, for 6 rounds, he fought that dude, pure heart, determination, still got the W, and he was sick as shit. And he can't tell you anything past the 1st round in that fight. So everybody uses that as the measuring stick as, oh, he went the distance twice. Yeah, he went the distance for a reason. It's not like he went the distance because the people was better. No, he was physically impaired, but he still fucking pulled it off both times. Then after that, all 1st round knockouts until, his first fight on Zuffa, and then right back to 1st round knockouts. Like I said, when he's 100%, can't nobody fuck with him. Point blank period. Can't nobody touch him when he's
yeah,
100%. When he's 90%, y'all might have a chance. When he's 80%, y'all might have a chance. But at a 95 and up, yeah, it's a wrap. Like I said, can't nobody touch him.
yeah.
He's too
Now that's
powerful,
now
too
that's
quick.
crazy though. Did he ever figure out like what happened to him? Like
Oh,
was
he
it
had
was it
he
something?
had a walking pneumonia. He had walking
Yeah.
pneumonia.
Walking pneumonia. Okay,
Yeah.
damn. Okay.
So it was like the
Damn.
super worst case of the flu that he can get. He was
Yeah.
passed out for 32 minutes after the fight. Like he was in the corner. That's on my page too. He was in the corner there, for 30 minutes. They was working on him. He was pissed because they cut his shoelaces. He just got his shoelaces. You know what I mean? New shoelaces for his shoes. So, I wasn't there in that one, but the manager or the coach was like, when he woke up, first thing he said was, "Did I win?" And the coach was like, "Are you good?" He's like, "No, did I win? Why am I on the ground?" Like he ain't know why he was on the
Right.
ground, so he thought he got knocked
He
out.
was mad. He
Yeah,
thought he
yeah, he
lost.
thought he lost. But no, they told me he won. But yeah, no, he just that fight was a scary fight. But after that, it was a wrap. You know what I mean? We made sure we take him to the doctors just to make sure he ain't gonna lie to us again on that one. But yeah, he got better after that. Like I said, he was only 19 when that happened. You know what I mean? So he's still young in the head. But he just want to fight. That's all he want to do. He plays video games. He takes his boys out to eat, chills with his chick. Other than that, he at the house, just chilling with the family. But yeah, he's not one of them kids that is in the streets. He was never
Right.
like that. Like I said, he'd been boxing since he was 5, so he ain't no thug. He always
That
had a
when you
job.
said that when you said that, I said, "Bing!" I was like, "Nah, bro. He wanted the one though. It showed
Yeah,
though. That boss record how you confused. But yeah,
yeah, exactly.
you
So like
you basically
he,
verified what I want, like what I was the boxes. You checked the boxes. You checked the boxes today for
that's what I
sure,
like
dog.
to.
Like hell
That's what
yeah,
I like to
bro.
check. Yes, sir.
For
Yes,
sure.
sir.
You checked them boxes today, bro. Like now he knowing his backstory, finding out more about him, just sitting there talking to you. You know what I mean? I'm with y'all, bro. I'm cheering for you. I feel like
Hell yeah.
that's my brother or something, bro. Yeah, I'm with it.
Hey,
That's my little brother or something. You know what I mean? I'm
T,
with y'all, bro. I want nothing but success for y'all. For he deserves it. Listen to y'all story, bro. The backdrop, how long y'all been putting in y'all grind. He deserves that shit for sure. Y'all deserve that shit for sure, bro. Everything y'all getting and y'all got coming to y'all, man. Y'all deserve it.
appreciate that. Appreciate that. Team
Yeah,
Maserati always like the family. We always like me and new family. You know what I mean? Like me and my
so
wife,
man.
anybody who says anything about Zuffa, I don't care if it's in your title, we're gonna go to your channel. Because I don't like when people talk bad about Zuffa because y'all changed my kid's life. You know what I mean? That's like I'm not mad at WWE fighters for getting paid millions. UFC fighters
Right.
should be mad at Zuffa fighters. It's all under the TKO banner, but everybody pay scale is different. You know what I mean? And everybody,
Right.
oh, Dana's going to take these kids'
Facts.
likeness and all that. No,
And you
Dana
talking
ain't doing
to a
none of that
guy
shit.
who got a partner in the UFC, right?
Yeah.
So
You know what I
facts.
mean? So everybody's different. You know what I mean? They was like, oh, what about the sponsorship? Fuck the sponsorship. I don't want him going around worried about, oh, who's going to sponsor him or going around trying to sell tickets. No, he need to be training and focusing on his fight. So with Zuffa, he can train and focus on the fight. He ain't got to worry about selling no goddamn tickets to make extra money. He ain't got to worry about selling sponsorship to make extra money. You know what I mean? Like, and plus, who the hell's going to sponsor all the local people? No problem with the local people, but that's not the sponsorship money that he's looking to get so he can stop working. You know, he used to work at
Right.
Amazon from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That was his shift at Amazon. And then he went to the gym at 7. From 7 to 9:30, he was at the gym. And
And
then
that's a
from
story we
10,
pushing right there, my brother. We pushing
yeah,
that. Boy used to work at Amazon. It is the truth. Used to work at
yeah,
Amazon
Amazon. Yep.
to heavyweight
12,
champ. That's what we're doing. We speaking
yep.
into existence from Amazon to heavyweight champ.
Exactly.
So
Amazon heavyweight. Like I said, he worked at Amazon for like 8 months before he got signed to Zuffa. And then when he was going to stay there, but he got back from Vegas and went to work. Like, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
literally off the plane and went to work. And then, his check hit. He was like, Dad, can I quit? I was like, how much you get? You know what I mean? I knew how much he was getting. I'm like, how much you got? After paying everybody. He told me. I was like, you nigga, you can walk out right now. I was like, you fight again in another 2-3 months.
That is
You
cool,
know
bro.
what I
As a
mean?
father too, bro. I know that. I
Yeah.
know as a daddy, bro, because I got 3 daughters. As a daddy, bro, I know that brought joy to your
What?
hearts.
When he was like, can I
I
quit?
know that
Hell
did,
yeah, you
bro.
can quit. Get your ass off the
I know that
plantation.
did,
You
bro.
know what I mean? Because we got 5 kids total. Mozzie's just the oldest. You know
Right.
what I mean? So we got Mozzie's 21. I got a 20-year-old, 17, 15, and 11. You know what I mean? My 2 youngest ones is girls. My 3 oldest ones is boys. Mozzie's the
Yeah.
athlete. I got 1 genius, 1 boy genius,
Right.
1 girl genius, and I got a worker. But as Mozzie was getting older, with the kids, like you were saying, we put a lot of work in. There's plenty of times we
Yeah.
slept in the truck because the hotel room wasn't ready for his tournament. You know what I mean? We driving
Right.
15 hours to go watch him fight for 3 minutes because that's back when you only fought 1-minute rounds. So we
Right.
piling everybody up, taking a week off of work to go see him lose in the first round of a fucking week tournament. And now we stuck out
Right.
there for a week. You know what I mean? So like I said, he put in hella work to get where he's at. And there's, like I said, just a lot of people don't know. No, we grind it. You know what I mean? Like, if anybody knows us, like, there's a lot of people that know us, but they'll let you know, oh, no, they was everywhere in a van. Because we ain't fly nowhere because we had so many people. So, like I said, we
Right.
had a little red Dodge Caravan with the stone gold seatings, and we loaded this shit up with snacks, pillows and shit, and we was out. No matter where his shows was at, we was gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Family tight. But like I was saying earlier, everybody that talks about Zuffa, we try to get in there and educate people like, no, they are a good company for the B, C, D, quote unquote level fighters that will become
Right.
A level fighters. You know what I mean? Not
Right.
everybody is going to get $1 million paydays. That's unheard of. Like literally, as a
Right.
business person, is unheard of. How can we pay everybody $1 million? We just can't do that. We got to recuperate that money. So
Mm-hmm.
everybody's saying, oh, they need to get the big paydays. No, they'll get the big paydays when they deserve it. You know what I mean? Like we're hoping we stay on the trajectory with Moses Utama. So that would be Mozzie's big payday. US versus UK,
Right.
heavyweight versus heavyweight, undefeated, and they both
Bingo.
young. Yeah, that would be a fucking huge ass payday, and that's what we're waiting for. Everything else is just
And
setting up for that moment.
that's gonna be an upset win for
Who you
us.
telling?
You
Yeah,
know what I'm
exactly.
saying?
USA
That's what
taking
I'm
that. You know
telling
what I
y'all
mean?
right now. We got us one, y'all. He here. He's here,
Like I
dog.
said, USA gonna
He's
take
here, bro.
it. I don't care what nobody say. Like I said, I seen what he
He's
do.
here.
Like you know what I mean from jump. So I know he ain't never scared. He never scared to get in the ring with anybody. So being frightened, that's check. That box is check. He's not frightened. He has the speed. He has the power. He has the determination, and he has the knowledge and the boxing IQ, which he doesn't display his boxing IQ because he doesn't need to. But his boxing IQ is fucking high as shit. You know what I mean? Like super high to where it's like, damn, like he can watch a fight and say, hey, he needs to do this, that person needs to do that, right? And then he'll go in there and do what he told them to do. Like he's training people on the outside. Like, man, watch this. He'll go in there and show them exactly what to do. So it's like his IQ at 21 years old is crazy. But that's a little shit that nobody knows about his IQ. That he
Oh
actually
yeah, I'm
knows what
back
he's
now.
doing in the ring.
Okay. I'm back now. Can y'all hear me?
Oh yeah, you good. You only went out for
Okay.
like a second.
Okay, baby. On my end, it just came back. My bad. I missed what you said. What you had said. I missed what you just had said. I feel like I missed something.
Oh no, I was just talking about, just his determination, his power, everything that, people are comparing him to Moses. Well, not comparing him. I'm always gonna say
Yeah,
he
nah,
has everything to
that's
beat him. You know what I
now
mean?
that's the fight.
Yeah.
Like I
Yep,
think
that's
that's
the
the
fight.
fight.
Yeah. That's the fight that everybody is gonna want to see. Like I like
Right,
going in the comments, and when I hear somebody talking bad about Mozzie, I see where they from. If they from the UK, I let it rock. You know what I mean? Because UK, you're supposed to back your fighter. But when I go in the comment section and seeing people talk about them and they from America, it's like, what the fuck are we doing? I'm like, everybody in the UK support Moses. Like everybody.
right.
You know what I mean? And over here, we just fucking knocking down everybody
Rip our fighters apart. Just
yep,
rip them apart,
rip them.
man. Just
One
rip them
comment,
apart.
I seen one comment was so bad after Mozzie's knockout. Somebody was like, "Yeah, he thought he snapped with them $30 shoes." Are you serious?
Right.
You're talking about his fucking shoes? Yeah, they
And
$30
you really
because you
want to
know how
know
to
if they
save money.
right. And you really want to know if they really it is. That's really a hit at Zuffa. You know what I'm saying? They really want to make it. They want to make Zuffa the bad. Oh, Zuffa is Zuffa that.
Exactly.
So they just hate everything attached to it. I know some people not even gonna give Mozzie a chance. Even some people
Yep.
on my side, right? Probably not even gonna give him a chance because of the Zuffa brand, because they
Yeah.
want to hate Zuffa for whatever reason. I don't get like why you want to hate Zuffa when it's boxing already messed up. Like, look how messed up it's being already, right?
Yep.
So what Zuffa
Been
coming in
messed
gonna
up.
make it? Zuffa can't make it no worse than it is.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Thank you. Because I
They
be
can't
telling
make
people
it worse.
in the, behind the scenes, I see these fighters getting fucked over on money. I see it. Like I literally see it.
Yeah,
And like with Zuffa, no, you signed the contract up front. There is no matter of fact, real quick, there was a fight that happened. I seen an article. I think it was in Rochester. They lost like $100,000, like the promoter and everything, and they're expecting the city to pay that back. Like the fighters didn't get paid, nobody got paid. That won't happen with Zuffa. You see what I'm saying? Like you guys promised these people 10,000, 5,000, whatever, and none of those guys got paid. You can That won't happen at Zuffa. You signed the contract. This is what you're gonna get paid. Win, lose, or draw. This is how many fights you're gonna have. Win, lose, or draw. The only thing we expect you to do is come in shape and ready to fight. Don't come in not wanting to fight. You know what I mean? That's when they might just cut your contract short. But if you
yeah,
come in ready to fight and in shape, they're gonna rock with you. They're gonna keep you. They don't care about you having a 3-fight deal and losing all 3. And the 2 of them
yeah.
shits was fight of the night. They're gonna bring you back. You see what I'm saying? And the fight of the night bonuses is just like over at UFC.
UFC,
They get 50,000. You know what I mean? So
right?
the one kid Robert Merriweather, the first fight he got 100,000. Yep,
Yeah,
he got 100,000. You know what I mean? He got 50 for the performance, 50 for fight of the night, and then his whatever his tier is. I don't know if he's getting 30, 40, or 50. I don't know what his base pay is because I didn't
right,
see his contract. But he made over 100,000 that first fight. He got performance again the second fight. I mean, fight of the night, the second fight. So that's another 50 on top of whatever he made. So he's 21 years old, and in 4 months he made $200,000.
200,000. Yeah,
Like, and that was guaranteed. That was in his bank account. That's guaranteed at 20. Like, what are we talking about?
he would have
Not
never
everybody.
done that without Zuffa.
Thank you. PBC ain't paying no young kids that much money. You know what I mean? Unless you have a following of fucking 50 million people. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do all that as Zuffa. But like I said, PBC, they pay what they can pay. The top people get the most money. Same thing
Yeah,
with MVP, same thing with Top Rank, which is no problem because they're the ones that are bringing in the money. But you still have all these other fighters under your stable that are working 9 to 5, hard-working Americans that can't take their
right.
craft seriously because shit, they need to work. They need
They
to put
gotta go
food
to
on the
work.
table. Yep.
Right.
One thing we always told Mozzie, you ain't never got to worry about moving out. None of that. You know what I mean? Just focus on your craft. Put your money in your investments because me and Mom, we teach people how to trade stocks and invest. So we got
Right.
him invested ever since his first fight. So my thing is, you want to retire early? You had the money in the investment, just do that. Point blank, period. So a lot of people like, yo, you ain't kick him out. He ain't buy you a house. I don't want him to buy me shit. I want to know by
Right.
the time he's 33, he ain't never got to work on the plantation like I did until you know what I mean, until I'm retired. It don't make no sense. Nope.
Yeah.
These boxers need to do better with their money management compared to anything else. You know what I mean? And overall, Zuffa will give you the opportunity to manage your money a lot better when you're getting 20, 30, 40,000 a fight compared to 15, 2,000. Because shit, 1,500 don't
Right.
even pay most people's mortgage or they rent. You know what I mean? So you
Exactly.
fighting, you training for 3 months, 4 months, you get a nice fight, you get a check, and you only can pay your rent. Come on now, that ain't right. That ain't right to the fighter. They work too
Right.
hard.
Facts. Now that's what I was saying. People not realizing that pay scale difference. Like just from
Yeah,
I was thinking about 32. I thought it was about 30. You said 25, so that's about right though. The
yeah,
average fighter who not with, let's just say, not with a sanctioning body, I mean not with a promotional company, even some with a promotional company might not get 25,000. They might still get 10, 5,
I
15.
I know for a fact that there was a one card I seen everybody's pay. The lowest person at Zuffa got paid more than everybody on the card, A side and B side together. There was a champion on the card who only got 10,000. Like that was his purse, and he was the main event. I'm like, and you're a
Right.
champion? Come on now, get your ass to Zuffa. Stop fucking around. You know what I mean? It's just that
Yep.
simple.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Guaranteed, like you getting guaranteed contract. People so caught up on this that Ali Act stuff. I get how it sounds,
Sounds
but when you
exactly. It sounds bad, but
right when you actually look at it, bro, you looking at it from a top. You looking at it from Devin Haney and those guys go get what they go get regardless, right? But you got to look
exactly.
at it from a guy who, like you said, who working at Amazon,
Yeah,
right, in training. So you got to look at it from that perspective of his life. He go from getting 800 a week to 30,000 a fight.
fight exactly. You know what I
His
mean?
mindset is completely different now from
Yeah,
what it was 2 months ago when he was. Now I could really hone in on my craft with this. I could pay
exactly.
my rent. I could pay my rent damn near
Six,
if you
7 months,
from exactly right. You know what I'm saying, for
and
half
not
the
worry
year
about
now.
shit. Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? I could really hone in. And then let me get another one. Let me get another one real quick. You know what I mean? Type shit. So now, bro, Zuffa, I didn't know the depths of it. I knew, what I read. And what I read
yeah,
basically was exactly what you telling me, but it's cool to actually bring it to life
yeah.
with you
Oh
up here.
yeah.
Now people could get it from like the horse's
The,
mouth.
the,
You get what I'm saying? What's really going on with
see,
how
man,
they actually they changing the game right now. You know what I'm saying? You know
the
what I
the
mean?
bi- the big thing
In a
about
sense.
Zuffa that a lot of people don't realize. I think I text you. They send them supplements. They send them food. They can go to Vegas and train at the PI whenever they want to. Not for camp.
Yeah,
No, if you just want to go out there for a week or two, they'll set you up and you'll be good for a week. You know what I mean? Your health care is taken care of. As long as you're on the contract, you can go get checked up anytime with no problem. So all this you're getting, and when I mean they give you food, Mozzie gets a box of food every Thursday that has 25 meals in it. You know what I mean? You get to pick your
yeah,
meals you want and then send it to your house, not just for camp while you're fighting under the Zuffa banner. You see what I'm saying? So they
right,
are making sure you're taken care of from top to bottom. They just want you at peak performance when you come to fight. And the other thing about that is when you come to fight and you win quick. You talk to Dana, they'll get you on the card quicker. They want you to fight. They don't cap you
right.
at the 3 fight. Whatever your deal is, they don't matter. If you want to fight, you're gonna keep fighting. So Mozzie should end off probably with hopefully 5 fights this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Then
With
what he
no problem.
said too, I was like, damn.
Yeah.
He said it too. I was like, damn.
Yeah, he ain't lying.
Yeah,
That's the thing. With Zuffa, if you ready to fight, you ready to fight. They'll get you on the fucking card. It's just
yeah,
that simple. And you can't do that with any of these promotion companies because sometimes they don't know when they putting on another fucking card.
right.
Zuffa already
And
got
then
their
what I
next
was
three
saying
cards
too.
announced. Zuffa literally got
Yeah,
their next 3 cards announced. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, y'all can fit me on one of them slots if I really want to fight. You know what I mean? So that's the big thing. When you're ready to fight, they're gonna have you fighting. So for him being 21 and maybe he'll definitely probably get 4 this year, but stretching to get that 5 fights in 1 year. How many people get
yeah,
5 fights in 1 year? You know what I mean?
right,
And getting paid 5 figures to do it each fight.
right. Nah, man, that's different. Like you said, like he can work his craft, he can work his lane, he can
Yeah.
work. He don't have to. He can focus solely on
That-
being the best fighter, best boxer that he
yep.
could be. Zuffa has allowed him to do that. You know what I mean? Type deal. And that's really what it's about in boxing. It's security. He just told y'all they got healthcare. He just told y'all they feed them folks. Like they feed them
Yeah.
folks. Every Thursday, send them 25 meals. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Type deal. They feeding them. He can go to the PI. I know about and I knew about all this. Like I told you, I got a partner in the UFC, so I knew about
Yeah.
them letting me do all this stuff.
Yep.
That's why I was telling other people, like, bro, y'all not realizing what
It's
they
a
really
lot.
like, what
Yeah.
they doing for these fighters. Like a fighter, again, like don't think about it from the top necessarily. Think about everybody else
Yep.
and
The undercard fighters.
how it improved for them. You got guys, I guarantee you, these guys who probably just fought on Benavidez on their undercard that ain't getting $50,000, $75,000 to fight on their undercard.
Shit,
You
I
know what I mean?
heard one of the guys on the main card had to go to work the next day. You know what I mean? Like, literally, he's still working. He's a nurse or something. I forgot who it was. They had a big
Right.
article about that. You know what I mean? Because it's like, man, now you just fought
Yeah.
on a David Benavidez undercard and you have to go to work the next day? Nah, man. You know what I mean? You need to be getting rest. You know, rest up. You just had a fight. Take a couple of days off to get back to the gym. He
Yeah.
got today off. No, he had Monday off. He got today off. He back to the gym tomorrow. Like literally back to the gym. Because with Zuffa, you can get the call anytime. Or if you tell him you want to fight, you always gotta be ready. So Mozzie, in
Right.
between all his fights, I think he might have took a total of 2 weeks off. Like 2 weeks where he's chilling, not doing nothing. But no, he's
Yeah.
literally always at the gym. Like never misses, damn near never misses a day. To where
Yeah.
they tell him to stop going to the gym because he go at the gym too much.
Yeah. And that's what you want though. But
Yeah.
now that's Lito. That's really what that's what we want to hear, man. Because you know what I'm saying? We need, especially being in America, man, we need heavyweights, man. We need some skin in the game. We don't got that much skin in the game, man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's all leaving.
Wilder held us down. We looking for that next heavyweight, man. Like I said, Edwards. Now we got Vanhouter. They happen to spar one another. I ain't gonna ask what happened online. I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up.
It was decent. Like I said, yeah, definitely hit me up and I can tell you about all the sparrings. We don't
But yeah,
post none
man,
of his
that's
sparring.
it though.
We don't post none of his sparring sessions because it's sparring, everybody's working on their shit,
Smart.
so it is what it is, yeah. But like I said, I'll hit you up on the side and tell you about all his sparring sessions.
Yeah,
And tell you
man. But that's
how all them shits went.
yeah. Who was it again? Maria.
So that was at Morrell's camp when because
Right.
Edwards is at Morrell's camp, so he was down there. Like I said, he sparred Keith at Keith's camp. He was at that for 2 weeks because Keith's in St. Pete too. Like I said, Hot Rod was his main sparring partner since he was 16. Like because Hot Rod and him at the same gym. So, Radovoy Kalajic, you know what I mean? That was his main sparring
I know you're
partner.
talking about. I know exactly what you're
Yep.
talking about. He just had a fight.
Yeah. He'll be fighting again soon too on Zuffa. But yeah, that was
Yep.
Mozzie's main sparring partner, literally from 16 till Mozzie outgrew him, like size-wise. They still get in the ring and work, but no, Mozzie just got too big for him. And shit, Hot Rod is a big light heavyweight. So he had him.
Yeah.
They go out. I don't even know most of these guys' names, but they're heavyweights. And when I look on BoxRec, I'll get their names. But he goes down to the heavyweight factory. He gets some work. You know what I mean? Like Mozzie gets work from anywhere in the country. Like he'll travel to get to work for a couple of days, whatever. You know what I
Right.
mean? And he's been having elite sparring for a long time. Put it that way, like really elite sparring.
Yeah, man. That's it. I seen him. Like the first time I seen him, like as a pro, it was the MVP card. It was like the MVP card, and I didn't
Kobe.
realize. Yeah, with Kobe, and I didn't realize I saw him on the last Zuffa card. It didn't click to me then, even then, that was the same person. You get what I'm saying? It didn't click to me.
He filled out.
Right, and then I saw him again Sunday. And then I was like, man, Vanhouter. I'm like, hold on, man. And I just did some research. I'm like, I do know these. I'm like, damn, he big as hell. That's the first thing I said. I'm like, damn, he big as hell now. I said, damn, he big as hell now. But yes, the first thing I said, but I was like, oh, yeah, I said, he really like a light heavyweight. You know what I mean? But he really like a shit junior middle because he came from fucking like shit 50. Worked his way up.
I look at him like a natural heavyweight. Like, his size now. That's a natural heavyweight. Anybody over 250, y'all gotta be in the super heavyweight class. 260, you know what I mean? That's a big motherfucker right there. 260,
muscle,
270.
right? And he's straight work. That's straight
muscle,
work of that's straight work 240, like straight work, not no fat, like no
exactly.
Straight work. You know what I mean?
Another little caveat for Mozzie, another reason why we knew he was gonna be the shit. He's born on Ali's birthday. He's born January 17th. same thing as Ali, you know, Usyk. So like I said, he had to do projects on Ali a long time, you know, from when he was little.
Damn.
Every time he had a school project, he always did it on Ali. But yeah, like I said, everything like we knew he was going to be the shit. We just knew.
Yeah. Yeah, he really the one, huh? Nah, he really the
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
He really the one, for real. Now that's lit, bro. That's lit. I bet you, like if he stay on this course, man, it's gonna be a matter of time. It's gonna be a matter. It's a matter of time before y'all get that call that like Moses that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know
get a good call. Because
that
right now, didn't mean to cut you off, but right now he is
go ahead.
high risk, low reward. So a lot of
Right.
people that we try to get the contract to, they just don't take the fight. You know what I mean? Because he's not a value, you know, high profile name, and he can fight. So we're not going to take the fight. You see what I'm saying? But like you said, we're waiting for that call for somebody to call us. Like, we need this fight. Hell yeah, we'll take that fight. We don't care when y'all call. He is ready. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Somebody go look at their box rate and be like,
but he's 6'2", 8
somebody look
amateur
at their box
fights.
rate and be like 6'2". Yeah, okay, that's 4'4". Yeah, okay, let's go with him.
Yep. So
Let's
we'll
go
go with him.
Let's go with him.
And not realizing, all you gotta do is type in, you know, Team Maserati. A lot of people don't realize me and Mom, we have like 5 different channels. That's because we kept
Yeah.
getting demonetized for some shit, whatever. But all his channels is literally him from when he was little. Like literally everything that we got.
I went.
'Cause
Yeah, I
always,
peeped. I peeped.
yeah,
Yeah, I peeped.
I was always there. So literally I captured everything from when we started. So my thing is people just really go back and just put his name in and really go down the list. They're like, oh no, he's been around. You know what I mean? He definitely got some fucking miles on him when it comes to this boxing.
And once it really dawned on me, everything made sense. I was like, oh, he gonna do this. He gonna be doing this for a while. I already know he gonna be doing what he doing now, at least until he about 15, 17, 6 and 0.
Yeah.
Right. I can
Oh
adjust
yeah.
depending on like we said, how soon he get that call. He
Yeah.
gonna be doing this for a minute until somebody be like, let me maybe try to pluck him or let me see him. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what
Something like
we're
that.
hoping for. We're hoping somebody try to pluck him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
You know
he
what I
ain't
mean?
getting nothing
Yeah.
but bigger, older, bigger, and stronger, faster, more knowledgeable. So we know for a fact somebody gonna try to pluck him while he's, you know, before he gets to that
Right.
his peak.
Yeah. So that's like, and that's gonna be the one because they not if they do what I did, they go to like, oh, this he not experienced or he ain't got that.
Yeah.
Nah, it's crazy. When once
Exactly.
you send me all them pictures and shit, I was like, nah, this dude legit. Like, nah, this guy is legit for sure. He a problem though. It makes sense though. Like the picture, seeing it and everything, like it makes sense though. I feel so. But that's what I be saying. Like a lot of people don't be understanding like the depth of these guys. Like I ain't just saying this because you know what I'm saying he knocked people out. You know I'm saying this shit because like I saw something like you can see it. Like if you watch him, like you can see it. Like it's different. It's different from what you would normally see. And now you know why. Now you know the pedigree. Now you know why it's different. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean from what you normally
Like
see.
a little thing I could tell you a little bit about Keith sparring when they got the call for Keith. You know, he was open. He just turned pro, like literally just turned pro. He didn't even have his first pro fight yet. But his length was just similar to Barrios. So Keith called him out. And Mozzie was getting hit. Not a lot, but he was getting hit. But Mozzie was going hit for hit with Keith. So Coach yelled to him, Mozzie, you take another hit, I'm pulling you out. I don't think Mozzie got touched for the next 2 rounds. You know what I mean? But he still knew what he had to do. But no, he was just so happy to be in there with him after the sparring. He was like, nah, he wasn't gonna hit me hard. I was gonna hit him harder. He was like, we was gonna go blow for blow. I'm like, no, you can't do that in pros, nigga. I'm like, you gotta use your skill. He's like, nah, he was trying to punk me. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, it's one time Keith Thurman. Of course he's gonna try to punk you. It's one time. He's supposed to. He's like, nah, Dad. But yeah, nah, he's been. I call him a lion.
And how old you say he was then when he sparred Keith?
16.
16.
Yeah. So a lot of people, you know, call people dogs and shit. I call him a lion because what's a dog to a lion? You know what I mean? Like I said, there's a lot of dogs and he be dog walking them. So I don't like when people call him a dog because nah, he dog walks the dogs. Put it that way. He'll take them out.
Yeah, for sure. Nah, he different, bro. Nah, he different. Yeah, he different though. It's apparent. You know what I mean? It's apparent, right? Like, and it's just like it's the he a cheat code because like he got the little man skills. Like
Yep.
he was grown from the little man skills, and now he a heavyweight, and he already
Like I,
faster than everybody, and he really got the boxing pedigree, the IQ behind it. So he really can go as far as, man,
he,
he can go to the top. Like I think he can go to the top, bro. Like and this ain't just me saying it because you in front of me, this your
yeah.
son, bro. Like just from
Oh no.
like just from me, a fan of the sport,
Yeah, I
watching
was
it.
just
You
about
know
to
what
say
I
that.
mean? Like he got the tools for sure. You
I
know what I
tell
mean?
everybody, if he wasn't my kid, I would still tell everybody, no, that motherfucker nice. He nice.
Nah,
You know what
he
I mean?
nice, exactly. That
It is what
motherfucker
it
nice,
is. You
bro.
know what I mean? You can see it.
Yeah,
Like, and
that
he's
motherfucker
so
nice.
we kept him so level headed through the years. Like he's real humble. You can look at any one of his interviews, and that's literally how he is. He's real soft spoken. He don't talk
Yeah,
shit. He's not gonna call nobody out. That's just not him. That's why I'm always on. That's why me or mom is always on the chats and shit because we're gonna talk this shit for him. But no, he
right.
won't talk shit. He don't look past no opponents. He trained as hard as he could for each opponent, and that's it. You know what I mean? Like literally, that's his mentality, and that's been his mentality since he was like 13. You know what I mean? When he started getting older, but because we homeschooled him from sixth grade to 11th grade because he wanted to go back to school. But we homeschooled him so we can get to these fucking tournaments because the schools was trying to kick him out because he was taking weeks off. You know what I mean? But I'm like, nah, he's really not gonna need the school shit because he is gonna be that
Right.
one. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. So we homeschooled him for a minute just so he can train. And like I said, we was doing 3 days when he was homeschooled, then going to
Yeah,
shows. We was sending them with coaches. Like there's a lot of times I couldn't even go with him. We was always sending him by himself. So now that he's older, I only went to like 4 of his pro shows.
yeah,
You know what I mean? He'll call us right after video chat. Excuse me. You know what I mean? Video chat and shit like that. But he's so mentally locked in and focused. We don't worry about him like we used to. You know what I mean? Like even when
yeah.
we see his opponents, mom gets a little nervous. Because obviously you find a grown ass man and he our kid.
Right,
They
right.
40, they 250. All it takes is one punch behind the head. Like Keith
Right.
Cologne. I don't know if you know him as a boxer, the one that is a
Yeah,
vegetable now. So we met him a long time ago when Mozzie was a amateur when he was like 10. We got pictures with him and everything right before that
right.
fight that happened to him. So so knowing somebody that shit happened to, we do get a little nervous when he find these big behemoth motherfuckers. But like I said, we
Mhm.
know what he can do. So overall, as parents, it's like, nah, I don't care who kid this is. That kid is nice. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he American. I'm gonna big him up as much as I fucking can.
Most definitely, man. And he got the talent too. So it's easy. It's easy now, especially I know the pedigree. It's easy.
Yeah,
It's even easier now. I'm really finna
yeah.
be talking shit. I'm gonna be talking shit to everybody now.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna be talking shit to everybody now. I'm straight. I'm
Yep.
straight now. I'm gonna be talking shit to everybody, bro. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing else about nothing. Like you ain't got no. We got one. Tell your fighter to
Yep.
call his folks and see what happened to your fighter then. And
Yep.
you think, because
We tell everybody that.
oh, there,
We always
man.
we every time somebody talk shit, I'm like, check your emails because we probably sent you a contract and you already turned it down. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
they sent so many contracts out that people turned down. It was disgusting before we got signed with Zuffa, and that's another reason why we went to Zuffa because we know Zuffa said you're gonna fight, no matter what, you're gonna fight. You see what I'm saying? Here on the outside of Zuffa, you really got to fire somebody and pay these people. There was a couple of opponents that I paid more than Mozzie just so they can take the fight. And how's that right to the A side, quote unquote?
Right.
Well, we got to pay them more just so they can fight him. Hell no. Zuffa was like, no, we gonna make sure he fight. That's all you got to say.
Yeah,
We
for
there.
real. Like, and that's really, especially when you 21 years old, 12 fights. That's what you
Yeah,
need. You need that experience.
you need to fight. Yeah,
That's all he missing. You get that by doing it, right? So when you
yeah.
get that experience after a while, like you said, man, if they don't get him before he gets to
They,
17, 18, 19, 20, it's gonna be hard if you let this dude get too many. If you let him get past 20 fights without you going to give, you ain't gonna beat him. You're not gonna
I'll
beat
t-
at 20, 25 years old, 24 years old. You're not gonna beat this dude. He not finna. He not finna
I'll
beat this
tell you
dude, man.
what everybody's been telling me, and I try to let everybody know. He is not mentally 21. And that's not
Right.
knocking him. He's just not mentally 21 because we never raised him to be, he ain't have to work for us and go get a job and pay rent or help pay the bills. You know what I mean? We literally kept him as a kid as long as possible. So, like you just said, and his coaches say, when he's 24, can't nobody beat him. It's just that simple because
Yeah,
mentally he'll be there. You know what I mean? But right now he's mentally there. But no, when he walks into a gym knowing, no, I'm the shit, that's when it's gonna be a problem. So like you said, 24, y'all better catch him before then. You know what I mean?
right, for sure.
Y'all
I
got
can
two and a
see it.
half
And
years.
I ain't know they said that though. They just I just can
Yeah.
like
No,
like at
that's what I said. Yeah.
maturation. At
That's what I said.
maturation,
Yeah.
like y'all not gonna be able to. No, not that. Not
Yeah.
that's
No,
that's
exactly.
scared. Like that's borderline scared. Like he getting borderline in scary territory. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it's getting wicked around here. Like if he
Well,
doing
shit.
that to people at 21 years old, he doing that to people. I can
Hey,
only imagine what he gonna look like at 24, 25,
we got the
28
copy.
even once he
We
get
got the
that boost.
We
You
got
know
the
what I
copy
mean?
box numbers from his last fight, right? He threw 30 punches. He landed 24. His last combo after that body shot when homeboy went to the corner, he threw 21 punches and landed 17 of them. And nonstop. You know what I mean? And he was
Yeah.
not winded at all. He wasn't even throwing hard or fast, but he was quick. But he was like, Dad, I really wasn't doing that. I just seen his face. So I just was finding his face every time he moved. He was like, I was finding something that was open. And that's how he fight. He's gonna see what's open. He's gonna put a fist there. You know what I mean? Now if you can take
Right.
it, you're gonna take it, but you damn sure ain't gonna throw back while he's throwing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I see. I
Yeah.
see. Yeah, I see. That's what I'm saying. Like it don't even look like he hitting them folks. Like he not
He's just
loading up. He not.
nope.
Oh, he not flex. Oh, he
Yep.
just and them folks ass. I'm like,
Like I
yeah,
said,
I'm like, nah, it's different. That's some different kind of. It's a different kind of power, man. It's a different kind of
uh
power, different kind of strength.
he-
That's what it's a different
yeah,
kind of strength going on.
yeah.
You know
He
what I
had
mean?
one fight. I forgot the guy's name. Dante Williams. Oh, I think it was like his seventh fight. That only lasted 22 seconds too. But he hit it with two left hooks, and the third left hook missed because homeboy went limp. You know what I mean? But Mozzie's like, I was trying to
Yeah,
take his head off with that third one. And when we rewatch it, we see him go limp and we see that third punch come. If he would have stayed up, yeah, Dante would have fucking had brain damage. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
he didn't even load up on it. That's what he said. He was like, I was gonna really
right.
hit it with the right. He was like, I would just soften him up with that left one. But he was like, I was gonna hit it with the right. So if anybody
And he
watching
went
that
to
fight, go
sleep.
see it. He went to sleep,
He was
standing
he
up.
was loaded up on the right, and he knocked him out with the left.
Left,
He
yeah.
was,
Yeah. Like I
yeah,
said, ref called it
yeah,
off. Dude woke up like, what you doing? No, if the ref ain't jump in, you was about to die. You know what I mean? Like literally, you was gonna die. Because you ain't have
yeah,
he had
bro.
no guard up, hands flared up, they came right down, his body came down, and you seen that left hook come right over his head. And he was gonna hit with the left hook right hand. But like I said, he couldn't finish the combination because the first two punches knocked him out.
And what weight class was like? Was he
That
what round? What
he was 205 in the first round. Homeboy was
205?
220. Yep. That was his
Right.
third heavyweight fight. Because he only got 5 heavyweight fights. No, 4 heavyweight fights. You know what I mean? So that's another thing why he's so down low in the totem pole, is because he really only has 4 heavyweight fights. Like I think I posted in the chat to where you can go to any fighter and go through their box rec and look at their opponents. Can't nobody name or notice a fucking name till they get like 20, 22, 23
Right.
fights. Period.
Yeah,
Nobody.
yeah,
Earl, Boots, Tank, you could go down. Don't nobody know these people. Just because that's what you do with fighters, you build them up. You put them with somebody who was better than
yeah.
their last opponent. So y'all want Mozzie to jump up to fight a top 5 opponent already on his fucking 13th fight for what?
Right.
You know what I
13
mean?
fight.
We don't need to rush him. Nobody else got fucking rushed. Oh, because he's that good.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It ain't our fault he's that good. He's just really training.
I use
But overall,
I use Spence for that too. I use Spence for that
yeah,
same example. Like I'm like bro,
yeah,
I'm like our favorite, some of our favorite fighters, bro. Like they first couple fights, they first fight handful. They not fighting nobody really. They're not fighting the
yeah.
big. They're not
No big
fighting the top
names.
competition.
Thank you.
You
Yep,
gotta
they
you gotta build your fight up. You gotta get it like that's your fighter gaining experience. Because you can have a better fighter, but if you put him in there with
somebody
and you
super
put him in there with
experienced.
a three-time champion, even if he better, it's a lot of shit he don't know.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly.
So situationally, you want him to be prepared for everything. That's how you know
Yeah,
that's how you prepare your fighter the best. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily want to because like I was just saying, you could be better and not win the fight just based off situational shit. Because fighting is situation. That's why I say fighting is situational. You want him to be comfortable in them situations.
every situation. Yes, sir. Every situation.
You know?
Southpaw, orthodox, somebody who rushes you, somebody who tries to box, somebody who has power, somebody who might not have no power, but they can hit you from every angle. You know what I mean? So, like I
Right.
said, it's mad different things that you got to prepare yourself for going up to the ranks. So when you get to that top people, you're ready for anything that person throws at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then I didn't know that he only had 4 heavyweight fights, right? So he had half his heavyweight fights on Zuffa.
Yep, already. Yep,
You know?
that's it. Because his
That's
first
lit.
fight, he was
That's
still
even better.
his first cruiserweight. I mean, his first heavyweight fight, he was still only 200 pounds, so he's technically a cruiserweight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But his opponent was 220, so they labeled it as a heavyweight fight. But yeah, he was only 201 when he weighed in that night. You know what I mean, for his first heavyweight fight. Then his second one, he was 207, and then he got to 217, and then his last fight, not the last one that just passed, the fight before that, I think he weighed in at 218. But now he's 228. You know what I mean? So he's putting
Yeah.
on the weight gradually. So my thing is let him grow gradually, because he's literally still growing. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I 21 years old, 220. Yeah, he is. He is. I imagine. Yeah. I imagine he go get he go get bigger.
He's
No,
gonna
that's why
get
I was like,
at
as
least
long as
another
he
2 inches. At least another 2 inches. He's gonna have a little growth spurt. He will top off at around 6'6", and by the time he fight Utama, he'll be 6'6", 240 with no fucking problem, with the speed of a middleweight and the footwork of a fucking featherweight.
yeah. Nah, for real, that's the crazy part. Because if you watch, I was watching them with that Jorge Masvidal joint. He was,
Yeah,
you know, he was like,
he was moving.
I was like, bro, that's crazy. I was like, this man a welterweight right here, bro. And now
He was moving. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? He was moving, bro. I was like,
You
bro,
see,
that's
you
crazy,
see the
bro.
footwork. You see the punch. Like I said, he was a long. He knows how to use his body when he's long. You know what I mean? So he
Yeah,
can throw any type of hook, any type of uppercut from damn near anywhere. He can turn you. Like I said, his footwork is amazing. That's one thing his first coach worked on it
yeah.
with.
And he ain't even had to
It,
break it out yet. That's
he never had to
it
break it
heavyweight.
out. Never had to break it out because there's no reason. He even tell you. He's like, well, everybody's flat footed. So you want to be flat footed? Well, I'm flat foot with you. You know what I mean? But I bet you my punch is gonna hurt before you hurt me. And if you notice, most of his fights, he literally takes the first punch. He literally lets everybody hit him because he wanted to see where their power's at. And he was like, he knows that they're the freshest in the beginning of the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Even in his first Zuffa fight, Andre Ward was like, he shouldn't take those punches so early. No, he wants to take those punches early. He wants to see where you at. Because if you can't hurt him or have no little pop to it, oh, he's just gonna walk you down and beat the shit out you. He's not gonna pull out
right.
no footwork. He's not gonna waste no time because you don't get paid overtime in boxing. He's just gonna beat the shit out you.
Nah, that's smart. That is smart. Yeah, see what you working with first, and then
Yep,
he gauged
exactly.
it
Yep,
because he really just gauged it to see how bad he about to beat you up. So it makes sense.
exactly.
That makes sense.
Yep.
That makes sense. Yeah. So how bad I'm about
'Cause
to beat him. I want to see how hard. I want to see how
he
hard he.
9 out of 10, he lets them throw the first, like I said, jab, hooks, you know what I mean? He lets them get off. He lets them get off. He just want to see what you're working with. And if you ain't working with nothing, he's gonna do what he's gotta do. He's gonna get you out of there.
Yeah, man. But man, I appreciate we've been on here 4 hours. I said I'm gonna stop it at the 4. I appreciate you signing
Ain't
through
no
this jump
problem.
for real, bro.
You
Like you was
I
very,
tell
very informational, man, for today for sure, bro. Like
yes, sir.
you with that Zuberson, you literally you hit on all the points I wanted you to hit on. I ain't even have to ask for it, bro. Like you
Perfect.
said everything I wanted you to say. You know
Hell
what I
yeah,
mean?
hell yeah. Well, you got my number
Perfect.
now
Hey,
and my IG, so definitely hit me up whenever. And we can
for
definitely
sure,
chop it
bro.
up.
I'm hitting you up for sure, bro.
Yes, sir. It
That's
was great talking to you.
this is Damazion Vanhouter pops y'all the heavyweight, right? That I did the video on that we talking about right now. I feel like he the next great American heavyweight, man. Come like pedigree there, athleticism there, skill there. You know what I mean? He basically just again, experience is the best teacher. All he gotta do is keep doing what he doing. and I think he going like straight to the top. It's a nice blend of raw ability with technique and power, man. Like as far as like his game, like this is not me just saying it because it's popular right here either. Like
One,
do
one
your
last
research.
one last
Go
thing
ahead,
that
go.
means to cut you off before I get out of here. And they
No, go
send
ahead.
us merchandise too. You know what I mean? Everybody in the family got some type of Zuffa merchandise. So like I said,
Yeah.
Zuffa, I love Zuffa, put it that way. Compared to all the other
Right. Oh,
supposed
yeah.
companies.
Like in real life though, like people be talking so much shit about Zuffa, like, but in real life, bro, you see like it's it's a lot better than what they
Which
want
I
to
might
let y'all,
hear. Yep.
right? What they want to let on. Like it's like like they changing these fighters' lives, you know what I mean? Type deal as far as the sport goes, as far as them being able to actually focus on their sport. Like like he said earlier, Damazion was making 4 bands a fight, right? You know what I mean? Type deal. And now I'm pretty sure he getting 4 times that, probably more than four, just more than 4 times that, right? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's just
Like I
it's a
said.
it's a it's a big difference from I ain't talking about the top guys, right? But everybody else, those guys winning at Zuffa, you know what I mean,
Yep.
compared to everybody else. You know what I mean?
Yep. But like I said, great talking to you. Like I said, you got my number, so definitely hit me up, young man.
Appreciate you, Pep. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Y'all do your boy a favor, man. Y'all hit that thumbs up, man. So I didn't cook on pretty much everything that I want to cook on, man. See, we had a whole nother show inside the show, right? We had the first 2 hours, then we had the 2 hours, of the Damazion and the Zuffa. Good cooker, man. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all stay, in tune, man, with Damazion and the journey. I think it took him a little while to get the heavyweight, right? Like he just said, man, he only had 4 fights at heavyweight so far, right? And technically, one of them he was 200 pounds, right? But his opponent was a heavyweight, so they fought. Who that sound like though? Knocking out guys, outweighing him by 20 pounds. Imagine Deontay Wilder, with a defined amateur background, defined amateur pedigree. Imagine the one Deontay Wilder training with, elite level top boxers from 5 years old up until now. That's the type of power that we're looking at right now, right? Imagine a guy like Fabio Wardley, right? Because Fabio Wardley started later as well, training boxing from when he fired, right? On up until now. That's the kind of athleticism that we look at, right? Alexander Usyk type footwork, you know what I mean? Fabio type athleticism, Deontay Wilder type power, right? You know what I mean? Crazy. Crazy work. No exaggeration. And Pop sent me, a couple of pictures, man. He didn't spar, like he told, he didn't spar with Keith Thurman, David Morrell, Hot Rod fight on Zuffa Boxing. His real name is passing me, right? Russian guy. But Hot Rod, right? Joshua Edwards, another young American heavyweight. You know what I mean? 2 young American heavyweights. He inspired Joshua Edwards 2 already, right? So David Morrell, right? So it's familiarity, you know what I mean, at the top level. And like you said, man, he's been doing this since he was 5 years old. Been sparring some of the top guys since he was like 10 years old. Right. Skill of a light heavyweight. You know what I mean, type deal. Power like a heavyweight. 21 years old. I most definitely see championship, in Burberry future. When it comes to Jay Prince and Devin Haney, man, Jay Prince and Bill Haney had a conversation. Basically, what we got from there was that fight probably ain't gonna happen no time soon. Shakur not going up to 147. Devin Haney ain't coming down. So that's pretty much just that on that. And what was the last thing? Jerome Boots Ennis, man. Jerome Boots Ennis, I feel like, and he sparred Xander Zayas too, right? Damazion, right? Sparred Xander Zayas, on the way up, right? He said they coach with Xander Zayas in them. But anyway, I feel like Boots is in a must win given how people going to, you know what I mean, like the the perception of it, right? I feel like people gonna kill Boots if he lose. I feel like Xander will have more of a chance, to redeem himself if he lose, right? So I think the Boots side got more riding on this than the Xander side. And I do want to see Boots succeed, right? So I do want Boots to come out, you know what I mean, on top. I say that to say, man, you know what I mean? That's gonna be a good fight. We gotta stop, you know what I mean, destroying our boxers. Rich Block, appreciate you sliding through this thing, Rich. Appreciate you sliding through this thing, Rich. Right, they did turn to an interview, didn't it? Right, they did turn to an interview, Rich. But yeah, I'm gonna have to like probably put that in the title though. But appreciate y'all folks sliding through. But yeah, Boo's been a little older, right? I feel like this is his time to capitalize, right? All gas, no brakes. He don't really got the leeway of, maybe falling off right now because he can get back right. But, opportunities I think will be more slim for him than Xander, given that Xander is, younger type deal. But I think Boost is in a must win, right? Because I think media, the way he's covered in the media, I think they are gonna kill Boots. They already questioned his resume, right? So if he's to lose on top of that, I think that's gonna cause even more, controversy in what is Jerron Boots Ennis, right? But that's all I got for y'all, man. Shout out to Vanhouters, Damazion Vanhouter. Shout out the Pops sliding through here, man. They got my full support over here on this channel. Seeing what I'm seeing in the background and shit, right? Like seeing the background, him sending me, all that good stuff. I'm even more confident, right, that I think this young brother is probably going to reach the top of, the heavyweight division, man. But that's all I got for y'all, man. Skinny Hardaway, 7T. This ain't the past, this ain't the future, but this the present. That's how we rocking. And I'm out. Look.